Okay. Okay, and we're live. All right, we're just going to do a quick audio test like usual, and then we're going to go over some videos. Okay. Let's just, I'm not even going to explain it. Let's just get the audio test over with real quick and let everyone in the Discord know. Yep. I was having some issues, so that's why we're starting just a tad bit late. Let's have just a little bit of tech issues. It can't be in one of my streams without tech issues, that's for sure. Plus, I was really trying to find this one video. There's this other one made by this guy. Oh gosh, what is his name? This guy actually did a video where I was trying to find it, and that was also part of the reason. I was trying to find it because I remembered it. There was this video where someone who was Hikikomori, by definition, a sudden, where he was basically not cleaning up his trash and not coming out of the home, and it was like getting in the crosswalk and stuff. And he had very hoarding like symptoms, and I really wanted to talk about that but I can't find, like I said, I can't find the video. I really wanted to talk about that because it really showed how severe this thing can, how serious Hikikomori can actually get. Yeah, yo, what up, Grobus Ballless Life? That is right. But, yeah, so we're gonna be watching some videos, and I have some actual books that I can. What an interesting concept. Yes, it is. Yo, hey, Kite, thanks for coming by. So one of the other things we're going to be doing, let's delete it, did first. One of the things that I'll be doing is actually reading some. So it's oftentimes compared to a lot of other disabilities. So I will be reading a few pages out of the DSM, the current DSM, the DSM-5. Although I don't have the newest DSM-5, because there is a slightly revised version. We're not really going to be covering anything that is severely different. The revised version of the DSM-5 has very minor changes. Like, it's really not going to get in the way of stream. I've got lots of videos. Oh, and I'm also, because I do have a theory of what Hikikomori actually is. We are going to look at the facts, and I will explain why I think a lot of people have it wrong. I have seen, this is actually a very unique situation. See, one of the things that I learned about Hikikomori is, okay, well, one, it's not a secret, right, that it exists. Okay, maybe I should slow down. Maybe I should give people a chance to show up. Like, I just have so many thoughts, and I'm just, like, spitting them out. Maybe we should give people a chance to show up. And maybe I should actually show the video where they explain what Hikikomori is. My brain just starts rushing, and I just get so excited. I'm like, but you guys don't even know what I'm talking about. You're just like, yeah, that's cool, but like, show it to us. Okay, so let's just start with a video real quick. Let's just start with a video. Okay, so I have 5 videos picked out that I think will really emphasize a lot of the issues with Hikikomori. But like I said, though, there was a really severe case that he actually talked about at one point where, and I'm hoping it's actually in one of the videos and I just missed over. I don't think it is, though. There was this one case that was really interesting that really drove it home how severe this problem can be. Like I said, the guy was not throwing out his trash, right? And so he wasn't throwing out his trash, And he was letting it pile up in his house for like years and years and years, until the point that the government had to get involved, which is like the first time it had ever happened. But like this man was like not leaving his house. All the trash was piling up. Yo, what up? That Norton, Maine. How's it going? But like I said, the house was like piling up with trash, and so to the point that it was literally breaking out of like the windows and stuff, and like was blocking the sidewalk. You really need to change your name to Dax or something? Oh my gosh, hey Dax, how's it going? But yeah, no, like this is a really big problem, not to mention, and we'll go over some of the statistics too as we go through some of these videos. They are actually contributing to most of Japan's suicide, which is actually currently the #1 cause of death for people ages 15 to 30 in Japan. With most of them being classified as hikikomori. That's a really big deal. Hey, appreciate that follow. Really appreciate that follow, Dax. Oh yeah, this guy does a lot of videos on the culture of Japan. He actually lives in Japan, so he like actually interviews people. We're not watching that video today though. Sorry. Sorry to get you. Hope I didn't get you too excited there. But no, we're not watching those. We're going to be watching I have 5 of them up here. 1 2 3 4 5. Yeah, I got 5 that'll really deal up the point, but that we're covering. But this guy really knows what he's talking about. He does really good interviews. There's some stuff Japan does right, and there's some stuff Japan does wrong, and we're going to cover all that. What exactly they do right and what exactly they do wrong. But I think the best thing to do right now is start with what exactly is a hikikomori. Let's see here. Which one? I got 5 of them. Let me see here. Okay. Oh, and oh my gosh, this is a great coincidence. That I'm gonna show real quick. I'm not gonna actually show the video. He actually did one 13 days ago on the situation in one of the new treatment plans that they're doing. So that's really kind of a crazy coincidence. Literally the same day I was like, okay, I'm going to talk about it. He posts a video on it. What are the odds? Like, that's pretty crazy. But we'll get to that video as far as what treatments are, and we'll actually go into more in-depth. I will add some details, as I do know what some of these types of treatments are, so I will add some extra comments so we're not just watching the videos and going, yeah, that's the stream. I will be adding more details as well as explaining the thing that's really weird. Let me just go ahead and say this because it's not really talked about in the videos. What really makes Hikikomori so unique in mental health itself is we've known about it for, I think it's been about 30 years now, okay? I think it's 30 years that we've just acknowledged its existence. And the really crazy thing is that we acknowledge its existence, but it is not in the DSM. It is not recognized in the DSM, and for one, and for two, people don't agree. Psychologists do not agree on what this is. They still do not know. Now, I have my own theory, and I talked with someone who has a PhD and has been working in mental health for almost as long as I've been alive. Her opinion and my evidence, and she thinks I could be right, but because she doesn't understand Japanese culture as well as I might, because she doesn't really focus on Asian culture, she said that I would have to do a deeper cultural analysis on that. But, like I said, oh my gosh, there's just so many facts. I just want to share them all at once. I really got to slow down. It's just a really fascinating thing. So let's just start with this one. So it's called The Truth About, and the person whose videos we're watching is called the Japan Reporter. Like I said, it is really interesting. You have no idea. This is such a rare circumstance. Okay? Typically, when we all agree that something exists, we kind of have somewhat of an idea of what it is. Okay? We can't even agree on that. But I have my own hypothesis, and I'm going to say I'm right, not because I'm better than anyone who has a PhD, but because, quite frankly, I don't like the approaches that they're taking in trying to solve the problem, but, well, some of the approaches. Some of the approaches are really good, some of them not so much, but we'll get into more of that as we get to it. So let's just start with this one first, I think, yeah.
どうも皆さんこんにちは、のび太です。いつも見てくださってありがとうございます。本編に入る前に言っておきたいのが、この問題に関してはすごく複雑で、研究者たちなどでさえもまだ分かりきれてない状況。
Boom, look, you see that? And even researchers and professors can't figure it 100% out yet. It's been known for 30 years that it exists. It has been acknowledged as existing. Like, there is no saying it doesn't exist. They still haven't figured that out. And there's so many more crazy facts about this particular situation. But we're going to just let the video play before I get too excited and, like, spoil everything. And one of the things I like about his videos is we will be looking at people who have been diagnosed as Hikikomori. So these people, you know, in the video, they have been professionally diagnosed. We're not going to question their diagnosis. But you will start to notice, if you don't notice a pattern, I'm going to point out a pattern later as we get further on.
があります。なので、この動画で映しているのはあくまで一部だということを忘れないでください。ただ、キーとなる部分、そして本当に何が日本で起こっているのかを伝えられたら嬉しいなと思っております。
Okay, here we go.
First of all, let's make sure the definition. According
You see this? Remember when I said I wanted to find his video about where they were like the trash was pouring out the house? Like, that's the case that, like, absolutely showed me how serious this problem is. This is like a lot, not all of them, but a lot of them live like this. Matter of fact, a few of his Hikikomori videos are missing. I don't know why they're not up. He had this one where he interviewed a guy who played a who made a video game or something, and it really showed him, like, living in his house and what his life was like. Like, he did some really good videos, and I don't know where they're at. They seem to be gone. Like, he's done more videos on this topic. I mean, I guess that's possible. I just, like I said, I don't know why they're gone. He could have taken them down.
to the government, Hikikomori are people who isolate themselves in their home and rarely interact with people other than the family members. In order to be official,
that's one of the first criterion. Now, criterion are important for the diagnosis process, so we do need to focus on them. So one of them is that it's people who isolate in their home and rarely interact with other people other than family members. And that part about where it says other than family members is an important detail.
Officially recognized in public, the government says people who don't go to work or school.
Now, this is something we'll go deeper in that's also, like, really crazy. But we'll get into it once it covers more details and we look at some case studies. So, second criterion is the refusal to work or go to school. And it has to persist for longer than 6 months. Not participating in society. And I would like that you really try to remember this criterion, because when going through the DSM, we are going to be bringing up this criterion again, because it's really important later.
For more than 6 months. This issue used to be seen only among young people, but it's not anymore. Those people are getting older, and surely this is not just young people. In Japan, it seems like the older you get, the harder to ask for help.
That is a cultural issue, but it's also harder, if the older you get, it's harder to unlearn these habits. But we'll also get into that later. Sorry, I keep pausing.
The government estimates Japan.
I'm just trying to add more detail, because I know he just goes over. I'm basically just adding the extra stuff that he doesn't cover.
Has 1.15 million hikikomori, but some.
That's a big number, considering how, considering it's an island.
Some experts suggest it's actually more than that.
Yes, I know I keep pausing it, but these are really important parts to talk about. Especially since this is the first video. There's a lot of really important parts. So it says it could top 10 million. It's very important to talk about why that's an issue real quick, on why this is a possibility. So the reason how come this is a possibility is actually because of the culture itself. See, the diagnosis requires a specific type of behavior, but the problem is sometimes the culture itself can hide the behavior. Which I do think in one of these videos he kind of goes deeper into it. Actually, it might be this one. Let's see if he covers that real
Since
quick.
they are shut in and many people don't report it. Anyway, let's get into the main part. Why we have so
Okay, he doesn't go through it in this video, but I will go ahead and go over that real quick. So, one of the cultural things why it goes unnoticed, well, he goes in them in the other videos, but I'm just going to quickly brief. He'll go back over it again in a minute. Or later in the video. So, what happens is that a lot of people bury themselves in work in Japan. So, Hikikomori aren't necessarily all afraid to leave the house. They do not like leaving the house as often, but like there's different severities of having it. But someone who is constantly working and not going out and having fun, you have to ask yourself, are they not going out and having fun because they have this hikikomori syndrome, or is it because that they have no time to do it, or a combination of both? It might go unnoticed. And so that's why, because I know that they projected it really high. I just, to say that it could be 10 times higher than it's currently known, we did have to clarify why something like that could happen. That's another reason why this is a very unique case.
many hikikomori? What are the causes? Today, we are going to discover that right now.
I like how he says right now. It's so dramatic.
小学校5年生ぐらいの時に、不登校して、で、大人になってからも、
Refusal to go to school started.
教えたりとかに、なりました。今の状態は、なんか、引きこもりの後遺症の状態もあるみたいな感じに言うと、割としっくりくるかなっていう感じなんですね。一応精神科のとかにも行って、なので、精神科の方の診断としては、うつ病と広汎性発達障害、障害者手帳ってやつ。
Go back.
うつ病と
We need to keep track of this. So this person was first diagnosed with clinical depression and pervasive developmental disorder before being diagnosed as hikikomori.
広汎性発達障害、障害者手帳ってやつがあるんですけれど。
So we got a disability certificate. This is also going to be very important for my point later. I'm going to have a lot of points at once.
それの、2級と、であと、障害年金を受給していて、こちらが2級っていう感じですね。もう生まれつきなんかデリケートで不安な性質だったかなっていうのもあるし、もうなんか幼稚園ぐらいからもういじめられちゃってたとかもあったし、いろいろと生きづらさがそもそも重なったので、ある種落ちるべくして陥った状態かなとは思わなくもないんですよね。
Alright, they're going to talk more about him later.
青年期の話にもちょっと繋がってくるんですけど、父親が結構忙しい人だったんですよ、昔。その仕事を。
Boom. Again, childhood. Most of these cases start at childhood. That's just an important point to just point out.
日本人的なバリバリ働くみたいな感じの人で、中学校の時とか夜2時に帰ってきて朝5時にはもういないとか、なんかもう超ハードなスケジュールこなしてる人。
Okay, can I at least vent about how ridiculous that is? I guess I'm not really venting because the problem is theirs, but like, could you imagine coming home at 2 a.m. and then in 3 hours later you're already going back to work? That I think that's pretty crazy.
だったんで、片親に育てられたわけじゃないんですけど、ちょっとその片親っぽいところが。で、母親は結構そのステレオタイプの人間なんですよ。規律を守りなさいみたいな、ちょっと軍隊っぽいところがあって、縛りの中で育ってしまうと、完璧主義的になるわけですよ。こうでなければならないみたいな。こだわりすぎてしまうとか。昔こことここにその結構大きい顔のほくろがあったんですね。で、それが結構いじられてたんですよ、その小学校の時に。よく小学生がやるようなしょうもないいじりなんですけど、当時は気にしてしまったというか、でそんなで学校行けなくなっちゃって不登校になったんですよね。周りに合わせるってことがあんまできないタイプなんですよね。
Wait, go back because that is going to be another point for later.
言いたいことを結構言っちゃう。
These points happen so quick, they're very subtle. He doesn't really go in depth into them, but they're
そ
very
れがいじめ
subtle.
のきっかけになったりとかして、もういじめられたくないからってなると、今度八方美人
Where
に
did
な
it
るじゃ
go?
ない
Where
で
did
す
it
か。
go?
八方美人でずっとやってきたら、
Not there.
すごいストレスが溜まって、なんか爆
Wait
発しちゃっ
for
た
it.
っていうのが、まあそれかな。まああと、仕
He became
事
reclusive.
そうですね。システムエンジニアとして仕事してたんですよ。合わなくて
What?
ストレスが溜まってっていうのが、こう、いろいろ絡み合って。
Oh, I couldn't adapt to the company, and it was so stressful. That's an important part for later.
で、まあ、爆発して、うつ病になっちゃったって感じですかね。引きこもっ
Got
てる
depression.
人
Remember
のほ
that.
とんどが、実は精神疾患を抱えているっていう話も
You have no idea. You have no idea. I'm gonna save that for later. Actually, I heard most hikikomori have mental illness more or less. You have no idea. We're gonna get into that later though. Oh, here, it's right here. 95% of hikikomori in Japan show some mental illness / disorder. Now, it's worded kind of poorly because what it means is since you can get a diagnosis, what it really means is other. And I think they use the proper scientific word either. This is called a comorbidity rate. Okay, you need to understand a 95% comorbidity rate is almost unheard of. Like, this is ridiculously high. We would almost, if to see a comorbidity rate that high, typically what we would do is we would look at that and say that it is actually a, yeah, no, that's very high. That is the likelihood that you have a secondary disability. So we would almost consider them being part of the same disability to have a comorbidity that high. That would almost classify this as a symptom rather than a disability itself. But the thing is, and the argument for why it isn't, and they're going to explain it more in detail later, but I will briefly say it. The reason how come it isn't, because there's a reason, is that it is associated with so many different types of disabilities that it cannot be pinned down to one. And the fact that this is something that is more specific to Asian countries, they can't, since it's, they can't pinpoint what the actual cause is because people with the same disabilities in other countries don't typically have this feature. That is a big red flag, too. I know, guys. We're 3 minutes into just the first video out of 5, and we've just, railed so many facts. I'm sorry.
結構あって、なんかこう精神科とかそういうところに相談行かないといけないんだけど、まあ引きこもりと精神疾患って直結しないじゃないですか、普通のイメージで言うと。だからそういうところにちゃんと回されてないっていうのもあると思いますね。
Regarding this, Japan is definitely behind from many developed countries. Let's compare to the US, for example. 40 times less likely people go to counseling in Japan. Most insurances cover that in the States, while in Japan it doesn't, so it's quite expensive. In the US, they are more trained and educated, and they can have a much higher salary. I think people trust them more than in Japan. Some states even allow them to prescribe medication, while in Japan, it probably never happens.
This is nuts. I was actually quite surprised when I heard this. This is a problem with Japan's, education system. Or not their education system, their rules on people who are psychologists. Psychologists cannot prescribe medicine. You have to be a doctor. The thing is doctors are not expected to know mental health. So, a doctor who is untrained in mental health can prescribe mental health medicine. Let that sink in. Okay? A person who is untrained to deal with psychotic episodes is expected to be able to prescribe an antipsychotic medicine. I'm just flabbergasted by that. That makes no sense.
Even if you go there and say like this, in Japan, you're gonna get this kind of reaction. It's more like embarrassing and really negative.
でスクールカウンセラーみたいなのもだいぶ配置されるようにはなってきております。ただですね、ちょっと痛いよねみたいな雰囲気がどっかでもあってですね、そうするとちょっと相談しづらくなっちゃって、 なかなかいけないっていう
Yes, so
のは
not only is it expensive to get help, you can't, they don't, your insurance will not cover it, and people who get help, getting help is discouraged, like culturally. That's a problem.
いるっていうのも分かってます。どうしたの？大丈夫？病気なの？ってそういう風な感じなんですね。相談するみたいなことそのものがネガティブに捉えられがちでして。
When asking them if they care about health, nearly 6% of the people say yes. And among those 6%, only 26% care about mental health. So you can see that this doesn't come to your mind. Most people don't even think about it.
なかなかカウンセリングが浸透してないってことがあるんですけど、カウンセリングは本当に超大事で、私はそれで完璧主義とかをちょっと良くして改善していったりとか、あまり悪いとこばっかり目を向けるんじゃなくて、他の人より上手にできてるとこもあるよねっていうところを認めてあげる。
立ち行かなくなってから病院に来て重症化し
So here's a psychiatrist. He is talking about his experience with helping people who have been diagnosed with Hikikomori.
てから発見されることというか、その診察されることが多いので、ご相談できなくてそのまま命を絶ってしまったりとか、自分の肌で感じて
Which is strangely contradicting to me. This is a collectivist society. You're not supposed to deal with things on your own. And I will say that that is something that confuses me. There is a bit of contradictions in that, because one of the things that they value is they value working together, right? Working together, coming together, helping each other. That's like a big part of it because it's a collectivist society. But at the same time, you're not, everyone's expected to, it's expected that you're supposed to want to help people, but you're not expected, you're also like told that you shouldn't need help. That's kind of, I don't know, that's just not a good concoction. How can you both say it's good to help others, but also don't ask for help? I don't know. I feel like that kind of mentality is asking for trouble. And as they do talk about in his videos and how they have been talking about, it does kind of lead to a problem.
多いなと思うのは、結構生真面目であったりとか、責任感が強かったりとか、なかなかこうノーと言えないような、そういう方が多い印象はありますね。
助けを求めるというか、今でこそ言えるようになったんですけど、セクシュアルマイノリティなので、そこの部分が本質なので、相談するにしてもカミングアウトしなければいけないっていうのがあるので、出ることが難しい心理状態だっていうのもあると思うんですけど、そもそも言ったところで話せるものではない。引きこもりってどんなイメージって言った時に、やっぱりポンって思い浮かぶのが男性だったりとかするんですけれど、女性とその LGBTQ、セクシュアルマイノリティに対しの引きこもる状態とかは、まだまだ全然足りてないというか、ないのではっていうふうな気がしますね。
So when it comes to gender, the government estimates it's mostly men based on the data, but probably it's not so accurate.
Okay, he's about to explain it.
Hikikomori are hidden. If any guy like me didn't go to work or school, he's gonna be easily considered hikikomori. But women in Japan are often categorized into these, and not.
Yes, we talked about culture earlier and how people could go hidden. He is going into details on how more people can become hidden. That is one of the issues when actually diagnosing people. You have to take culture into consideration because culture can affect how a disability affects you, believe it or not. So, yeah, no, uh-oh is right. Uh-oh is right.
Seen as hikikomori. Kyoko Hayashi, who used to be hikikomori, she also points out there are actually many women struggling, but because of their identified roles as housewives or those doing household chores, Japanese people cannot see that they are actually socially withdrawn and need help. Now, I want to emphasize this. Hikikomori is not just a men's issue in Japan, but regardless of our gender, sexuality, or age, it's a nationwide serious problem for everyone. Japan needs to realize that and seriously work on the issue right now. Anyway, let's also hear from someone who has been seeing many hikikomori and giving support to them.
やっぱし多いのは、それまでの人生の中で、成功体験、ほとんどこう、詰め
Oh my goodness, I completely skipped over this, but this is gonna be okay. So okay, actually no, I did see this. I thought this said something else for a second, but it's important to remember they haven't built up what he calls successful experience. I don't like this explanation. I don't. But that is also because I'm looking at it from a behaviorist perspective. I thought they said, for a second, I thought he said they had built up successful experience in their life. But in behavior analysis, we actually look at successful experiences as a bit different than how it's the word successful is being used here. Successful meaning it acquired a desired effect. That's not what he means here, which is why I got confused for a second. But just keep
て
going.
ない。なんとなく流されてきてしまっているような、なんでその大学にしたの？なんでその学部にしたの？なんでですかねみたいな。そこにこう自分自身の意思決定がない。だからそういうその人生のこう岐路に立った時に、しっかりとこう自分をこう見つめ直して、何がしたいのかどうしたいのかっていうような、自分と向き合うことから逃げてきてしまったような。やっぱ日本ってすごいスタートプレイスが少ない国だと思うんですよ。その家と職場、あるいは家と学校、その職場と学校がもしもなかった時の、じゃあのび太さんの行き場所っ
And
て
that is a mental health problem wherever you go. If the only two places you go is work, if the only places you go is work, school, and home, that is not taking care of yourself. I know some people are gonna say, well, what if what I do for fun is at home? And that's good and all, cool. I get it. But the problem here isn't just the behavior itself. It's the emotional attachment. It's the emotional connection causing the behavior. Okay, these people aren't staying home because they like video games so much. These people are staying home because they are scared of people and interacting with people. This isn't a behavior based off of wanting something at home. This is based off of a fear of what's outside of home. So it's very important to make that distinction, because I know some people are gonna think that, yeah, yo, hey Vatrick, I appreciate the raid. All right, we're gonna keep
ありま
going.
すかって言ったら、多分それに答えられる人もいるけども、答えられない日本人ってすごく多くて、結局家と職場の往復だけしている。だから学校に行かなくなると、もう家しかなくて、行き場がない。
Let me add my opinion on this. Many people actually say that according to a survey, their boss or senior workers often work overtime, and it seems like they don't have a life outside of work. If you are working with those people, I think you are also likely to be workaholic, or at least pressured like my work has to be the number one priority. Now, nothing wrong with being passionate about your job or study, but if that's the only thing you have and lose it one day, probably you feel like my life is done. I have nothing left.
私たちコミュニケーションってその、
Yes.
例えばその、何々ですって自己紹介するときに、どこそこの
Okay, about that, I was really nervous about stream, and I was so busy getting the stuff together for stream, like getting the videos and organizing my thoughts. This is actually, I don't normally stream like this. So I actually came up with a whole new source page specifically for streams like this to in the future do more mental health videos. I just forgot to add them because I'm an idiot. Normally I have those. So I'm just dumb, guys. It'll be the next mental health stream will have them. So yeah, my bad. Normally I use a completely different a different source, but I'm using this one. So, oops. Sorry.
何々ですとか、こう肩書きとか社会属性みたいなものをつけて話したりとかするんですけれど、それ自体がこうなくなった時に自分が何者であるかみたいなのがなくなった時に話しか交わせなくなってしまうと。
That is true. Okay, that must be the most devastating feeling in the world. Okay, Imagine you're spending 70, 80 hours a day at work, right? Yes, this is the Hikikomori stream. They're actually talking about Hikikomoris right now. But the thing that they're talking about is some of these people who are Hikikomori who go undetected because they supplement it with workaholicism, right? And so they become these workaholics. Well, sometimes company cutbacks happen, you know? So imagine you're spending 80 hours a week at this job for years. You're Hikikomori. You're not going out of the house. You're not taking care of yourself. The only thing you have is this job. And then one day, for nothing you did wrong, you lose it. That's a pretty, it sounds like, oh, it's just one thing and oh, it'd be good for them. Okay, these people lost everything that they put their life into at that point. And that's part of the reason why it's unhealthy to pour so much concentration into one thing.
引きこもった方々がよく言う、一番苦手なところみたいなのが、散髪行くと、普段何されてるんですかとか、今日お仕事休みですかっていうふうに言われる。それがとても怖くて。
How much do you got to stay at home? So we talked about that at the beginning of the stream, or at least they did in this video. To be categorized as hikikomori, to be diagnosed as it, you have to, there's 3 criterion. You have to refuse to interact with people, not counting close family members. You have to stay shut in, refusing to go to work or refusing to go to school for a period of 6 months or 6 months or longer. And the third criterion, what was the third criterion? I gotta check my notes. Because those are the 2 main ones. Avoiding 6 months. I gotta check my notes. With the third criterion. Let's just review those 3 criterion real quick. Rather than me going through my notes and reading them, we'll just skip back to that part in the video in a minute. Just so everyone who missed it can see this part. Yes, Vagic, you're absolutely right. It does happen. Why am I buffering? I'm supposed to have good internet. What is this? Do I need to refresh the page? There we go. It's because I'm here now. Yeah, that's right, Vagic.
More than 6 months.
Okay, yep, here we go. Here's the part. They go over, there's 3 criterion. Oh, and in case you're wondering, another problem with Hikikomori that we were talking about at the beginning of stream, quite a few of them have houses that look like this.
The government, Hikikomori, are people who isolate themselves in their home and rarely interact with people other than the family members. In order
Criterion
to be
1.
officially recognized in public, the government says people who don't go to work or school for more than 6 months.
Criterion
This
2.
issue used to be seen only among younger people, but it's not anymore. Those people are getting older.
Okay, maybe it's
and
maybe he only defined it as 2. I think the third criterion might have been the time. It really depends on, so I think that the time is considered a separate criterion. So that might have just been me not knowing. We're not even halfway through this first video yet, and we have 4 more after this. We've learned so much so quickly, and it only gets deeper. And for everyone who showed up a little bit later, to clarify why this is such a big deal, this is contributing to most of Japan's suicide. And with suicide being the #1 cause of death for people ages 15 to 30, that's a really big deal. Considering most of those people who commit suicide in that range are diagnosed with hikikomori. It has a 95% comorbidity rate, which is ridiculously high, almost unheard of. That was a point we went over earlier, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
交わせなくなってしまうとか、引きこもった方々がよく言う、一番苦手なところみたいなのが、散髪行くと、普段何されてるんですかとか、今日お仕事休みですかっていうふうに言われる。それがとても怖くていけないみたいな。それですごく髪がなってしまったみたいな方とかいたりとかして。
あと、恥の文化、やっぱ恥ずかしがり屋な人種、いい年こいて家にいる男の人、恥だったりとかするわけですよね。だから自分の子供が引きこもっていることを他人に相談しない。それは自分の子育ての失敗を証明するようなことになってしまうから。
I'm guessing probably this is not just Japan's issue. You can find those people where you live. But according to some experts, hikikomori are quite many, especially in these countries.
Yes. These 3 countries. And you have to ask yourself, why? Why in these 3 countries is it so popular? With Japan being the where it's so common, it's actually, okay, he put it in descending order. Secondly, being more common in, this is South Korea. And, so you know how jobs work, hierarchy systems where the boss, what? When young people get, no, what you're talking about is actually a different issue, but it is something that happens in Japan. That has to do with the hierarchy system, not with hikikomori. That would be a topic for another day.
What they have in common, I noticed, is this is not so rare in those countries. Or should I say, it's kinda accepted in the society, and those people are increasing. As someone who...
I love that he brings this point up. In the 3 countries where it is most common, it is also more accepted, more common, as he put it, for people to live with their parents even as adults. That is going to be for my point later on what I think hikikomori actually is. So please keep note of that. It is that in these other countries, he believes that it's going unnoticed because the culture allows it to be hidden. So keep that in mind. I mean, I guess it's possible, Vatrick, but that's not... the problem with hikikomori isn't that they live at home. The problem with hikikomori is that, well, it's not a matter of not wanting to come out of the house. It's a matter of they don't feel like they can. Not just that, but with them contributing to such a high percentage of the suicide rates in Japan, that's kind of an issue. Yeah, and they don't physically take care of themselves, and they're going to talk about that in another video. Some of them don't even go to the bathroom. They actually choose to go to the bathroom on themselves. We're just starting with the light stuff. This is the light general understanding. We're going to get to some more severe stuff as we go on. It's pretty bad. We're just starting with learning what it is. Well, I mean, for clarification, hikikomoris aren't bad, per se. Hikikomoris just have a lot of difficulties. Saying hikikomoris are bad just sounds not good.
Has been living in Japan. I can say for sure it's true in Japan. Many of my friends or people I know, they are still living with their parents.
Oops. Okay, for clarification, since I called Vatrick out like that, I will say I did misread what he said. That is my bad. I'm half looking at one screen and half looking at the other, and I misread it. Vatrick did not say bad. He said sad. I will admit my mistake.
Sometimes, not for the reason you may think so. It can be because you have to take care of the parents, or parents take care of your kids. So not always relying on the financial support by the parents.
This is very important too for my point later. notice that it's like sometimes these people who become hikikomori are taking care of their parents.
But my point still
We're gonna save that
stands.
point for
In
later.
many other countries,
Would you believe that every point I've said so far is connected? I bet everyone's wondering, how is it connected? I'm so excited for the big reveal at the end on what I think it is.
parents encourage kids to leave the house once they have grown up. While in Japan,
Well, shut-in is a yes, technically. It is defined, as you read here, as a shut-in. But it's a little more complicated than our typical understanding of a shut-in. What? Oh, no, that's fine that you didn't know. I was just clarifying. So that way we are all on the same page.
traditionally quite common, and many other people do that, so quite easy to hide the program about their kids. Anyway,
Yep.
I personally think that the more normalized this is in the society, the more hikikomori likely to happen in that country. But of course, it's definitely not the only reason.
閉じた会の状況を見てその人を判断するとか評価するみたいなことってすごく危険でもったいないことだなっていうふうに思いますね。まあ場面緘黙じゃないけども喋れなくなってしまったり何とかしてしまってその一面性だけでその彼らが持っている多様な人間性みたいなものをないものにしてしまうとか。
Yes, just for being more shut in and not going out in Japan gets you teased more when you leave your house. So the more shut in you become, the more teased you become for being shut in. And that in turn makes you shut in even more. So then we get what's called a perpetual cycle.
否定してしまうみたいな、なんかそういうコミュニケーションになってしまうことは、なんか絶望しか生まないなって。
もともと活発だった人って結構いるんですよ。引きこもり状態になった人って。場面緘黙っていうものがあるんですけれど、学校では話せない。でも家でなら話せるみたいなことがあるんですね。コミュニケーションが取れなければやっぱり人間関係って構築できなかったりとかするので、人間関係を構築するイコール社会参加みたいなところがあると思うので、そうするとどうしても場面緘黙のようなものがある当事者の方々はこう引きこもり状態になったっていう人たちも一応知ってはいます。
Yeah. Bomin Kanmoko, an anxiety disorder in which a person normally capable of speech cannot speak in specific situations or to specific people. This actually has an English definition, so I don't know why they're... Well, I mean, I guess I understand why they're using the Japanese one. It would have been nice if they included the English one. But what this is this is specifically select mutism. I'm sure we've all heard of select mutism, correct? Right? I think we at least all know select mutism. Do I need to explain select mutism? Alright, cool.
結構引きこもりとかそのいじめにも関係していると
思いますね。やっぱり喋れないことでなんで喋らないのとかいう方はいじめてる意識はない場合もあると思うんですけど、本当になんで話さないのか不思議で質問してくる人もいると思うんですけど、やっぱり周りと違っておとなしいということでいじめの標的にされやすいということもあると思いますし、不登校の方とかも潜在的に場面緘黙の方がたくさんいらっしゃるんじゃないかなと思っています。例えばありがとうとかごめんねとかが言えないので失礼な人間とかわがままだとか頑固だとか、学校の先生にも話したくなくて話さないことを選んでるっていう風に誤解されて、叱責されてしまったりとか、そういう風に自分自身を誤解されるっていうことがすごく傷つきますよね。でそれで自分のことを責めてしまう、話せないということを責めてしまって、性格や人格の問題と思ってたので、起死燃料というか死にたいみたいな気持ちになることもありました。
だからその周りの目を気にして同調圧力が強い国の人たちが SNS を触るっていうのは多分相当危険なことだと思ってるんですよ、個人的には。やっぱり影響されやすいし、なんか自分ってなんでこんなダメなんだろうって思っちゃうじゃないですか。特に最近なんかこう、芸能人とか社長さんとかもバンバンツイッターやってるし、YouTube やってるしとかってなると、なんかこう、より自分がしょぼく感じてしまうというか、まあ、別に個人個人の人生なんで関係ないんですけど、本当は。だけどやっぱり気にしちゃうっていう国民性があって。
受け止めてくれる人たちとかのところを選ぶように結果的になったので、同調圧力があるようなところからは若干離れていられている。
Oh my goodness, this is a key thing right here. I could get away from negative peer pressure at some point. Now, I know that, like, no, I'm sure to, like, most people, every point I've been like, hey, make a note of this. I'm sure that, like, to someone untrained, this might be, like, completely random, but I kid you not, every time I say important point is going to be part of my evidence for what it is. And this right here is one of those times. Is this phrase right here. From negative peer pressure at some point.
なんだけれど、ネット空間とか見ていると、同調圧力がこう強いかなって思うようなところはなんかこう。
SNS の関係とかも。
No, you can't, Wrestler, because no one knows what it is. That's one of the beginning things that I talked about at the beginning of stream. This thing has been acknowledged as being around for over 30 years. And we still can't agree on what it is. That is why this is such a very that's one of the reasons it's such a very unique situation. So can't you look it up? No, because no one agrees on what it is. But I think I do have the answer. And like I said earlier, could it be a classification of something we already know? The answer is no. It is literally impossible. This is why it's so mind-blowing. No, it's been tried. There's even gonna be plans when I get out the DSM-5, because we are gonna do that. I have it with me. We're gonna go over some of the general disabilities that it's often compared to. But as you will see, because there's actually, like, I think it's 7 disabilities it's commonly associated with. But the problem is the symptoms are too similar for it to be considered a symptom of another disability. And considering I don't want to answer that yet. I don't want to answer that yet. Don't want to answer that yet.
やっぱ関連してる可能性はあるかなと。SNS 上で起きているいじめって多分相当把握するのが難しいと思うので、そういうのが裏に潜んでいるっていう可能性は十分あり得るかなと。
なんか促進するようなコンテンツとか内容とかルフされてたりとかっていうのも問題はある中で、支え合っている側面もあるし、パトロールしたり広告出したりしてネット相談とか相談につながるケースもあるので、なかなかこれはいい悪いっていうのはちょっと簡単には言えないと思うんですけどね。ただですね、SNS とかで、リストカットの画像とかですね、自殺に関する具体的な行動を起こしているような動画とかですね、そういうものっていうのはあまり自殺を誘発してしまうような。
同調圧力の、さっきの恥の文化っていうのはだから異質にならないってことじゃないですか。ある種の人たちからすると生きづらくて、そのレールから降りたい感じの社会になっている。
あとやっぱりみんな自信がない人が多いですよね、日本人ってよく言われることですけど。やっぱ自信がないと自分を適切な環境に置けないと思うんですよ。自信がない人ってやっぱ周りに合わせちゃうんで、周りがいいって言ってることがいいと思って自分の合わない環境に入っていっちゃうから病むっていうのもあると思うんですよね。年功序列的な社会だけど、俺はそういうの嫌いだからフリーランスやるわみたいな感じで、フリーランスになれる人だったらそんなに合わないと思うんですよ。
あなたはなんで引きこもったんですかっていうその引きこもりの原因を探るアンケートがあるんですけど、一番多いのはその他なんですよ。だから本人も多分よく分かってない。カウンセラー的には主訴、主に訴えたいことが明確じゃない人たち。主訴が曖昧だと人に相談するっていう何喋ればいいのっていう風になるじゃないですか。助けてと言わない人たちなんですよ。今引きこもりの引き出し業者っていうのがあって、助けてとも言ってないのにそこに業者さんがいきなり入っていって、お お前何やってんだって言って連れ去っていく、そういう引き出し業者って言われていて、でその引き出し中の車の高速道路から引きこもりの若者が飛び降りて。
Oh my gosh, I remember hearing about this. This was actually serious. There was this case study, and I don't think they talk about it. I remember him doing a video that actually covered this case study at one time. Or maybe it was someone else and I thought it was him. Crap, I could be getting my YouTubers mixed up. Maybe they're, never mind. But anyways, there's this one case study that's really important to talk about. There was this time where they were trying to get this one guy into exposure therapy, right? And so they were taking him out into the community. And while taking him out into the community to make him get used to seeing people, well, a truck drove by, or a bus, one of the two, I can't remember which. It drove by, and he's talking about this right now. I think he is.
死んでしまったっていう事件が、最近あったりとかする。だから助けてと言わない人を助けるっていう。
Is this the one? Is this the one before I finish that? Basically, when giving the guy exposure therapy, he chose jumping in front of a vehicle instead of being around people. He literally, that's how serious this gets. The person literally decided that dying was a better fate than just spending another 30 minutes around people. So, that's why I also, yeah, that's pretty serious. Yes, here, I think he is talking about it. And recently, Hikikomori, they forcibly brought out.
引き出し中の車の高速道路から引きこもりの若者が飛び降りて死んでしまったっていう事件が。
Okay, so maybe he jumped off the truck. Maybe I was mistaken. Or maybe he's mistaken. But I think we're talking about the same incident. Because what they're talking about, the forced out of their house, where they were forcibly getting this treatment. If I remember correctly, as part of the agreement, and I could be wrong, so because I can't find the original video, in one of them they talked about. So how do they get out? Do they get out of it? What? How do they treat Hikikomori? Or I don't understand the question. Are you asking how they leave their house? What about them? Oh, can they get out of being a Hikikomori? We are going to talk about that. There is some treatments in place. The problem is that there hasn't been many effective treatments. No, you're fine. I just needed clarification. Fine. By all means, ask your questions. I just needed a little bit of clarification. I wasn't trying to, get onto you. I just didn't understand. But, no, there is some ways, but it's very difficult. It's very difficult. And I do have an explanation on why that is too, but we'll get to that later.
問題抱えながら助けてって言えないたくさんいるというふうに思ってます。そういう人たちにもう支援とか福祉がですね、むしろ来る手を差し伸べるような施策を打っていかなければいけませんし、私たちはそういうインターネットのですねマーケティングの技術とかを使って彼らに支援を届けるような方法を始めたりもしてますので、
効果としては
はい。そうですね。もちろん私たち受けてるのは相談の授業なので。
This is also kind of important to remember, but a smaller point, that the fact that reaching out to them helps more. I know that might be not as significant as a point, but it will add later.
特定しようがない部分もあるんですね。うつ病とか重篤な精神障害ですね。PTSD とか、そういった方が
Boop. Look at that. Two more. There's another disability, PTSD, that this is often associated with. We've talked about intellectual disabilities affecting it. We've talked about depression, and now PTSD. We are up to 3 disabilities that are likely to be hikikomori. That's part of the reason the comorbidity rate is 95% is because of how many disabilities it can encompass. We're going to keep going.
医療につながったとか、そういうのをうまくいった事例として私たちカウントしてるんですけれども、大体3割か4割ぐらいがうまくいくっていう感じです。
Not very effective. If the success rate is 30 to 40%, not very good. Especially given how quickly the rate of hikikomori is growing. 30 to 40%, not that good. Now, I'm not criticizing them. I'm just stating a fact. Like, hey, that's a problem. But I think they acknowledge that. You're going to get some cake? All right.
はい、ポジティブに変化していったってことですね。行動とか気持ちが変わっていった、ポジティブにってことですね。他人のやっぱ視点とかですね、考え方みたいのをもらいながら考えていった方がいろんな視野が広がっていくと思います。
ちょっと風邪気味だから病院行ってくるねっていう感じで精神科に行けるようになると、できるだけ軽い段階でね、うつ病とかも抑えられたりするかもしれないし、カウンセリングもちゃんと受けた方がいいよっていうのがもう当たり前になる世界っていうのは作りたいというか作んなきゃいけないと思ってますね。
その成果が測りにくい仕事をしているなってことで言うと、直接エビデンスがある効果が上がってますよってことはすごく言いづらい。これはなんか資金獲得していく上でも僕たちにとってもすごくマイナスなことなんだけども、僕たち支援者って公務員の3分の1ぐらいの給料で生活してたりするんですよね。で、僕なんか20年やってますけど、稀有な存在なんですよね。もうみんな辞めてきますよ。その問題にスポット当てるのであれば、そこで働く私たちの存在にもやっぱスポット当ててもらいたいなと思うし、この業界のステータスを上げていき、正当な対価が得られる業界にしていくっていうことが、引きこもり支援を充実させていくことだと思ってるので、発信していくってことにやっぱトライしていかなきゃいけないなって思いますね。
今ちょっとコンディション
Right now they're talking about things that they really think will help with fixing the problem. And some of these ideas are good, and as we'll see in some videos, some of these ideas are actually quite poor, especially when I establish what I think the actual what hikikomori actually is. It'll really emphasize why some points are actually a really bad idea, but some of these are kind of good. These ones are.
が良くないのでお休みしてるんですけれど、不登校や引きこもりや LGBTQ の方を
On a side note, just because they're bringing up LGBTQ, I had a point and it's slipping me. Oh, right. I don't have any action. Let me think how to word this properly. It may affect them more, but we don't know, is what I was going to point out. One of the things I was going to say is we're lacking a lot of data on certain things. Does it affect them more? There is a chance. I need to be very specific on my words because I don't want to claim, I don't want it to sound like I have data that I don't have. It could be affecting them a little bit disproportionately more, and they could be under that category of people who it's flying under the radar, like we discussed earlier, specifically because of the cultural differences. But the reason how come I say that it could be higher is because one of the key characteristics of people who are defined as hikikomori don't feel like they fit in. But that's considered more of a symptom rather than the actual disability itself. So it's more of a symptom of the disability is what it's currently considered. But this is where it gets really gray in what people consider part of the disability or part of the comorbidity of another disability. And that's where things get really complicated, so maybe I shouldn't have brought this point up. Oh, the could words. Such a useful word. Well, I mean, it's just that given some of the evidence, it implies it could work this way. One of the interesting things that people don't understand about psychology is that a lot of what we do is actually we have to infer from data rather than directly impacting it because there's so many different combinations. There's so many different combinations of scenarios. We couldn't possibly test them all. Like, it's literally impossible. We have to infer from data and look at how it could apply to other scenarios. We cannot test every single experiment, every single theory in every single situation. That would be ridiculous to even consider. Like, that's just not realistic. That's why we have to infer from data a lot. And when looking at what I know about Hikikomori, there is a chance it could disproportionately affect them more, but that has to do with the culture. But like I said, I probably shouldn't have touched on this just because it's probably not a good idea, especially if I'm trying to prove a point. It's probably not a good idea to touch on a subject I don't have data to support. So keep in mind that it is possible, but also keep in mind I don't have data supporting that.
対象にした居場所活動ですね。引きこもり尽くしてなんとか出てきたような人たちがピアサポーターになる人っていうのが出てきたりとかしていて、支援者のその人の足りなさを埋めるかどうかっていうのはちょっと全然わからないですけれど、ある種今度は支援する側、わかる側、回ることのできる経験者っていうのがこう出てきているので、そこは希望なんじゃないかなと思います。はい。
Okay, look, we're an hour into the video into the stream, and we just finished the first video that lasts 18 minutes. My gosh, we have been piling facts on top of this. The good news is I think this first one's actually the longest. But these other videos are going to add more detail. So the first hour of stream was just explaining what Hikikomori is, or at least describing what it's like. They haven't even established what it is because we don't know what it is. So keep that in mind. We still don't know what it is. Like officially, like even in the world of psychology, we have not agreed upon what it is. But makes sense, but then basic understanding is very important. Well, see, the problem is until we understand what it is, we don't really have a full basic understanding. But, like I said, I also think I know what it is. Which one is it? How they're dealing with Hikikomori. Okay, so this one I'm going to exit because that's just his page. So here's the videos that we're going over. We finished this one. I'm trying to think which one would be the next best one to play so we can go over it. I think we should go over this one. But this one's gonna get really dark really quick. YouTube did not want me to see this video. YouTube was like aggressively telling me not to watch this video. Like repeatedly. Like I'm not joking. It took over a minute of me saying, no YouTube, I really want to watch this video for it to actually let me watch the video. This is where things are going to go up. No, I'm being serious. Like I took over a minute just to get to watch this video. YouTube did not want me watching this. Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify. Like, I am not joking. They did not want me to... It's gonna do it again, isn't it? Okay, good. It's not doing it again.
This statement is now over-exaggerating.
Oh my gosh, it's doing it again. It's playing a different video. Go back. No, I want to watch the other video. It starts playing it, and then it skips over it.
This statement is now over-exaggerating.
No, this is a very important... I want to watch this video.
This statement is now over-exaggerating.
And it switches. I want to watch this...
This statement is now over...
I want to watch this video.
This statement is now over-exaggerating.
Do you see what I mean? No, it's viewable because I've already watched it today. I'm telling you, I watched this thing from beginning to end today.
This statement is now over-exaggerating, but it's actually This statement is now over-exaggerating, but
I'm
it's
trying to
actually
figure
happening
that
right
out.
now. Because
could-
not just causing a lot of anxiety or depression among the youth, but it got to the point where some people
Maybe it does work better outside of the playlist. How could I close this? Like, it just... Here's what I'm gonna do.
This statement is now over-exaggerating, but it's actually happening right now. Because not just causing a lot of anxiety or depression among the youth, but it got to the point
Are you
where
kidding
some
me?
people...
Alright,
This
this is what I'm
statement
gonna
is now over-exaggerating,
No.
but it's actually...
Daphne, stop.
This statement is now over-exaggerating, but it's actually happening right now. Because not just causing a lot of anxiety or depression among...
Exit. Come on. What? The video is up. Why does YouTube not want me watching this video? I understand and wish to proceed. Don't you switch on me again.
日本は現在、メンタルヘルスに関して
Okay, cool. Like I said, YouTube hates this video. I'm telling you. Now you pause it? Yes. Okay, it better not stop. Okay, but like I said, this is the part where it's going to get really dark really quick, but it is very important to cover because this is where psychology gets really serious. Like, yeah, it's cool to play around with psychology and it's fun, but, you know, these are real people, and this is just the reality of it.
深刻な問題を抱えています。例えばうつ病や孤独感、そして起死燃料などです。特に若い世代の間で深刻な問題になっています。10代、20代のうつ病率は近年最も高く、日本の若者の4人に1人は自殺を真剣に考えたことがあり、そのうちの7割は相談したことがないそうです。コロナが始まってから日本の若者たちはとても影響を受けています。去年だけで小中学生の自殺が500人もなり、1978年以来過去最高となりました。ただこれは日本だけではなく、世界中で起こっている問題です。だから自分には関係ないなんて思わない方がいいと思います。今回この問題を取り上げることで、皆さんの認識を高め、家族や友達の間でもっと励まし合うということが起きること、そしてもっとより多くの方が助けを求めるということにつながれば幸いです。
Okay, so this is kind of nice. They do have a 24-hour text messaging service for those seeking, you know, okay, kind of like suicide hotline.
件数は増えてますね。昨年1日150件程度だった相談が、今年の2021年9月には1日
And for clarification, why we're talking about suicide, in case you missed it earlier, Hikikomori do contribute to a large percentage of these suicide rates. We covered it earlier. I'm pretty sure we did. So for clarification, that's why we have to talk about this. It's also going to talk about more than suicide. It's going to talk about mental health in general. It's just kind of a really big thing in Japan right now.
1000件を超える日も続いてますので、かなり相談の件数としては多いと。やっぱり比較的若い方、それから最近ではお子さんからの相談もあります。自ら命を絶ちたいという人からの相談は最も多いのかなと。日本の自殺者数っていうのは2006年ぐらいをピークに下がってきてるわけですけれども、自殺対策基本法ができて、国を挙げて自殺対策が取り組まれてきたんですね。様々な支援策があるんです今現在。ただそうした支援策っていうのが子供や若者にはやはりマッチをしなかった。生活習慣とか文化、それから慣習に合った支援のあり方というのが取り組まれてこなかった 我々は全ての年代の方から相談を受け付けてますけれども、若者たちが相談しやすい方法ということで、あえてチャット相談をやっているという、そういう背景はありますね。
10代のコロナの感染というのは多くないと言われているんですけれども、とても精神的にですね、辛い状況になっている子が多いというふうに言われています。そもそも子供
Let's fast forward through this because it's not really relevant. This part isn't, at least. Here we go. This part is, though. No, not this part. So this is talking about just how the rates have grown.
10代、20代、30代、20代が
They're
一番多い
10s, 20s, and 30s.
コロナの前と後で相談内
Come on, get through this.
疾患に関して強い偏見があり、助けを求めづらい状況です。最近の調査によると、日本では 24% の人たちだけがプロのメンタルドクターに助けを求めることが
Seeking mental health professional is a sign of strength is as low as 24%. Considering that only 26% of people who think physical health is important, that would imply that attitudes may be dropping. This is a newer video since the last one. So that is, for the sake of, I know they haven't really been talking about Hikikomori. These are just important things to understand about the mental health system in Japan. This would be a sign that there is probably becoming mental health is probably getting worse, kind of slowly but surely kind of thing.
強みだということに賛成しているそうです。これは OECD の中で最も低い数値です。
やっぱりメンタルヘルスっていうところに関して日本
And this is also why we need to talk about it. Because to fully understand a disability that is specific to a region, we need to understand the culture of where it comes from. We actually do, when diagnosing people and when treating them, we do take culture into consideration. Because culture will affect people's behaviors, and a lot of our symptoms, most people's symptoms are displayed behaviorally. So that's why we have to take culture into consideration, and that's another reason why we're talking about this. This is another point that we should talk about, is the fact that mental health is typically prejudiced against. Hey, Cheeky, we're talking about not so happy stuff. We're talking about suicide and disabilities and mental health. Appreciate you coming by.
日本人の認識ってすごく悪いものというか閉鎖的というか、そういったところに頼ることが一つ弱さだと感じさせる。
Yes, and we talked about this during the last video. In the Japanese culture, I personally feel like it's a contradiction. But seeking help is considered weak because you're not supposed to want to bother other people. You're supposed to be able to solve problems on your own. Now, the reason how come I see that as a bit of a contradiction is because Japan is classified as what is called a collectivist society. That means that they heavily believe on working together for the greater good of the group. Now, the reason how come I see this as a bit of a contradiction is because, like I said earlier, for anyone who missed it earlier, we have a culture where they encourage you to help everyone who needs it to the best of your ability, but at the same time says, you're awful if you ask for help. Can anyone see? It causes a perpetual loop. Because then we have a growing number of people who need help, but don't want to ask it, and a lower number of people able to provide the help. Does that kind of make sense on why I think that that's a bit of a contradiction?
社会的風潮があると思うので、予約も取りづらいし、価格も高価だしっていうところで、どうしてもハードルが高いっていうのがあると思うんですよね。ただ、ブロステは気軽にちょっと使ってみようかなっていう感じで使えるっていう声はたくさんいただきます。
以前その自殺を考えていて、実際にしようとしたっていうことなんですけども、それは何があったのかお聞きしても大丈夫でしょうか。
昨年の1月ですね、にうつ病を患ったのがきっかけなんですけど、その昨年1年。
Now, here's an important part to point out. Remember that one of the high comorbidity, like the disabilities that develop hikikomori, was depressive disorder, was major depressive disorder. So that's okay. We're talking about suicide and comorbidity at the moment. So we're on a really more serious part. This is probably the most serious video that I have in my arsenal right now.
で、そのうつ病とパニック障害と解離性障害っていう
Dissociative disorder. Another one.
ものを患いまして、日常的に起死燃料っていうのはあったんですよね。私、幼少期に両親が
Now, she's not Hikikomori, though. I would like to point that out. But the only reason we're going over it is because, like I said, I feel like I'm doing a poor job explaining why this part is so important. So, it has to do with the comorbidity. So, as we talked about earlier, comorbidity is the probability of having a secondary disability on top of your previous one. Some people with specific disabilities have a higher comorbidity rate, meaning having one disability puts you at a higher risk for another. So, the problem here is that a lot of these there's so many disabilities that are comorbid with hikikomori, and she's talking about some of those right now. Actually, I think dissociative identity, but don't actually quote me on that one. But we know for a fact that major depressive is. We know for a fact, like talked about in the previous video, that developmental disabilities are, and we know that intellectual disabilities are. There's one that they haven't really talked about in the videos that talks about in the book Shutting Out the Sun, which is one of the books I read for additional research, where it compares it to an adjustment disorder, but we'll talk more about that later. Right now, we're just getting an understanding of the situation. We need to understand Japan's culture, we need to understand Japan's health system, and we need to understand the disability itself. We have to go over those three things before we can even attempt to try to explain what this actually is.
離婚をして、その後性的虐待を受けて、で、社会に出てからも職場でのいじめがあったりとか、セクハラがあったりとか、21年弱ですけど生きてきた中ですごく辛いことがあったんですよね。で、そういった日々のストレスの積み重ねっていうところで疾患が発症してっていう流れかなと思っていて、すごくこれがあったっていうわけではなくて、本当に日常の積み重ねだと思っています。自ら命を絶ってしまいたいと思って絶ってしまうための準備を始めてしまったら、なかなか自分の力では後には戻れないので、起死燃料がいつも湧きますっていう時はもちろんのこと、日常的に本当にその人が救われる方法を見つけてほしいっていうのはすごく思っていて、カウンセリングっていうものをもっと身近にしていくことっていうのがその抑制につながるのではないかと、まずそういったところからアプローチをしていこうと思っています。
日本では若者たちのメンタルヘルスに関していじめがとても大きな要因になっているそうです。そして専門家たちによると、それは近年ますます悪くなっているそうで。
Now, this is very interesting. I should talk about this. Now, we can all be
とても大き
professional
な要
here.
因になっているそうです。
Causes hit record high in Japan. I think it is. Here's the thing. I'm going to be professional and honest about this. And a lot of people are going to be mad, and I'm not. Just chill out and listen for a second. Technically, bullying is not the number one cause of suicide in children. Now, maybe it's different in Japan. I don't live there. But currently, it is not the number one. That does not make bullying right. Before anyone comes in here and says, look at all these victims, bullying is wrong. But it is not the number one cause of suicide in children. And the reason for thinking that is because 95% of all school children report being bullied. It's like 90 to 95%. We would expect suicide rates to be much higher, much more likely. Yeah, see, it's not really. It's not really. And for anyone who's about to go source on me, okay, we use this online training program called Relias. It is a professional program used for furthering our education while working in mental health. That is going to be what I claim for my source because that is what they say. And the only reason we need to take that into consideration is because yes, bullying should be stopped, but it's not gonna help reduce the suicide as much as we want if that's the only variable we focus on. Thank you for the hydrate. I really needed that after that mouthful. So yes, no, stretch. Oh, pop my shoulders. Bullying is not the number one cause in America. It is typically in-home issues. Now, that does not account for every single case because everyone's going to start cherry-picking cases. I think schools only want to focus on that. Well, barely. Well, see, I think that it is good to lower. Say that schools handle bullying will know. So yeah, no, the thing is that yes, we should stop bullying, but it is when looking at it as a professional and considering the fact that it's not the highest, we do need to also take extra steps in order to prevent it. Like, yes, we can stop the bullying, but if we don't go further than just stopping the bullying, it's not going to have as big of an impact on the suicide rates in kids. Okay, Vatrick, you have a good sleep. But, yes, the number one cause is actually in-home problems. Now, that does not mean in every case, before someone starts cherry-picking cases, but a majority of young suicide, at least in America, is associated with... Daphne, stop. No, Daphne, gosh, dang it. No, you're going to have to go away for a minute if you're going to be doing this. She has finally started to interrupting stream. At least she didn't end stream this time. She ended stream on more than one occasion. So, serious adult talk. That's just how it is.
そして専門家たちによると、それは近年ますます悪くなっているそうです。
But people in America. What? Oh, hilarious. Hilarious. Daphne, yes. Yeah, dang. So the number one cause of suicide for young people is actually problems in the home. I get it, not every case, blah, 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 blah. But when we're talking about rates, that's typically the highest. Now, but it is important to talk about bullying because I will say that it is part of the reason why Japan has such a serious Hikikomori problem. And I will explain why that is later.
いろんな要因があると思うんですけど、そのうちの一つにもう高確率でいじめっていうのは入ってくるかなと。このことを相談することは恥ずかしいことだみたいなのでずっと抱え込んでしまう。で、相談にやっと来てとかっていうのが多いなって。
自殺資料があったっていう。はい。まあ、それのつながるまでの経緯というか、どういったことがあったのかお聞きしてもよろしいでしょうか。
そうですね。他のところでも結構取材受けたりとかもしてたんですけども、幼稚園生の頃から高校生の頃まで。
Yes, yes, Ivy, you're definitely right. It is typically those two factors working together that causes self-harm. Yes, you are right too. It is bad for Japan as an entire country, especially since that they are estimating around 10%. So right now, it's 1% of the population that is believed to be hikikomori. But as some studies have shown, it could be as high as 10% that's being undiagnosed because it's flying under the radar, as they called it earlier in the first video. That's very deep, Vampire. That's a very good point. Razzler, Dazzler, Razzle. You have like 4 words in your name. I don't know which one to call you.
ずっといじめを受けてたんですね。特にそのひどくて自分でもちょっと自死を考えたのが中学生の頃で、不登校にもなったんですけども、スクールバスで通ってたんですね、中学生の頃。落書きがいっぱいあったんですね。で、その落書きの中に私の名前がいっぱい書いてあったりとか、学校全体、学校にいる生徒全員が自分をいじめてる、自分の敵なんだみたいな状態になって、ここでは生きていけないっていうようになって、学校に行けなくなって。
Call ya Lucy. I will do my best to remember, but I'm very poor with names. But I will do my best.
先生に言うと、それきっかけでまた大きくなって帰ってきたりとか、学校の人たち、学校の先生たちから、この子はいじめられてる子みたいな、いう見られ方もしたくないなっていうのがあったので、ただそこでスクールカウンセラーの先生と出会って、カウンセリングってこういうものなんだとか話してよかったなっていう経験があって、不登校だったけど復帰して、で、将来自分もカウンセラーになろうということで今の職場に。
This is a very common pattern, interestingly enough. And it's true even in other countries too, like America. A lot of people who work in mental health had mental health problems as a child. Like, not everyone, obviously, but a lot of them. A lot. A lot of them can tell you stories of where they struggled. So it's very interesting. It's a very interesting pattern, I will say. And like they talked about in the last video, a lot of people who are recovered hikikomori are kind of helping these hikikomori programs. And when you have someone who used to have a type of condition and they learn to work through it, that's actually what's called a peer support specialist. So, just a little interesting psychology tidbit. I don't think they called it a peer support specialist here, but that is technically what that position is called. It's an actual paying position. You don't need a degree to have it. You just need experience being a part of the mental health system. So, interesting. I work alongside some peer support specialists. But anyways, continuing.
相手の気持ちを分かるかどうかっていうのがかなり大きなところだと思うので。
いじめが日本でどんどん深刻化していく中で、学校に行くことを拒否する学生たちが増えているというのが現状です。日本
Oh, they're gonna bring it up. They're definitely bringing it up. This is Hikikomori are coming.
ではそれを不登校と呼びます。
不登校新聞なんて初め
Boom. When you first start refusing to go to school, you are classified as Futoku Shimbun. Remember that this is one of this definition right here, or this right here is technically, or not this. Why did I put that? Their definition of this word is part of one of the 3 criterion of being diagnosed with hikikomori. So they're kind of segueing into that a bit.
初めて自分と同じ立場の人に出会ったとか、やっと共感してもらえたっていう反応ですね、読者からの。やっぱり今不登校になると日本の社会ではやっぱりとても責められるんですね、周りから。その状況をこの新聞が一つでも解消される。私は中学2年生で不登校になって、もうこれで人生が終わったって、その絶望してた子に何を伝えれば希望になったのかっていうのを、ずっと探してるっていうのがあるんですね。同じ立場にいる人には伝えたいものがあるかなとは思いますね。
様々な方を取材されてきたと思うんですけども、その不登校に陥ってしまう、原因やそのバックグラウンド、
Now see, they are starting to explain it. like I said earlier, bullying is not the number one cause of suicide, but it could be attributing to hikikomori, because hikikomori does start out as just not wanting to go to school. And as they were talking about it, they have a definition for that word that I can't remember off the top of my head, but we just looked at that word, which means that they don't want to go to school. That is the first step in becoming a hikikomori. That is always where it starts, is not wanting to go to school or not wanting to go to work. That's just where it starts. Remember that they also have to stop talking with people who are outside of their home, as well as persisting for longer than 6 months in order to get diagnosed. So by the time they've hit this point, they've already covered the first criterion. And this will be interesting later.
ということですけれども、いろんな統計あるんですが、半数がいじめ。いじめって2パターンありまして、直接暴力を振るう身体でのいじめ。それから無視をする、仲間外れをする、あるいは陰口を言うなどの、コミュニケーション操作系いじめと言われているものがあって、教室の中でその子だけハブリするので、先生が目の前にいてもいじめられてるかどうかわかんない。コミュニケーション操作っていうのが日本の特徴なんですね。
いじめができてしまうツールっていうのが格段に増えているっていうのが、学校でいじめられてるから家に行けば。
Now this is an interesting point that they're going to bring up that we need to remember for later. Before, bullying was often only at school.
そのいじめをしてくる人はいないので安全なんですけど、今で言うと SNS 上とかでもいじめ。
But now they can experience it even at home. So remember, although bullying is not the number one cause of suicide, we do have evidence suggesting that it may increase the likelihood of someone becoming a hikikomori, considering that almost every case study that we've looked at so far, remember, these are people who have actually been diagnosed with it, all start with it talking about bullying in school, which really adds to that point by looking at those case studies.
が起こるので、学校でも家庭でもいじめが起こるっていう、ずっといじめの被害を受ける学校裏掲示板とかっていうところが結構走りになっていて、そこから個人ツールの連絡ツールのものになっていってっていうのがあるので、情報化社会でどんどんそれが発展していっていい面もあればやっぱり悪い面もあるっていうのが。
実際ネットいじめは日本で急増しており、見つけるのがとても
This is how much it's gone up in the past few years. Online bullying. As you can see, it's going up at a very high rate.
難しいというのが現状です。そうした問題を抜きにしても、これは子どもたちによる問題ではなく、日本の社会的な特性を表しているのかもしれません。
他の人に迷惑かけちゃいけないっていう価値観というか教えという。
They talked about this in the last video. They're talking about it again. I think I even brought it up at the beginning of this video. Where you're not supposed to ask for help, but you're also expected to help others.
迷惑かけちゃいけないっていうのは基本的には正しいと思うんですけれども、いつも正しいとは思ってなくて、レベルがあって大変な時には迷惑かけるのもお互い様だよねっていう文化ができるといいかなと思うんですけれども、それ自体が学校教育でされてるかどうかっていうと、私学校でスクールソーシャルワーカーをやってるんですけれども、学校っていうのはかなり伝統的というか規律というか常識を重んじるところですので、こんなこと言ったら親に心配かけちゃうからとかですね、こんなこと言うと相手が迷惑に感じちゃうからとかっていうのでやっぱり話せないんですよ。
Something that always bothered me as an American is that kids who are different physically, emotionally, or mentally, or even in smaller ways, are always the targets for an insane amount of bullying.
The kids that were working with me were high school students, and I had just graduated high school in Canada, and I was so surprised at how the Japanese high school students didn't have empathy for each other. The lack of empathy.
Okay, she does get this word wrong, but she's also not a mental health professional, so I don't expect her to get it right. Like some of these people do make little mistakes. What she's describing is actually not empathy, it's sympathy. There is a difference. Empathy is how much they understand. So her point is, and so I'll let her finish what she has to say real
Empathy
quick.
and compassion was the biggest shock for me. I was so surprised at how people didn't care about each other.
Boom. Didn't care about each other. It's not that they didn't understand, it's that they didn't care. Now, if you want to suggest that they are both low in sympathy and low in empathy, that's understandable, but technically what she just described was sympathy. So sympathy is how much you care, empathy is how much you understand. Boom. Just wanted to clarify that. I know that didn't really help the video, but, you know, since I was here and I know the difference, I figured it'd be a good idea to explain that.
There was bullying, there was talking about each other behind their backs. People weren't nice to each other. They would do the whole, when I'm in front of your face, I'll smile and talk to you thing, but like, there was no kind of love or caring there. It was just like, I'm coming to do my job, I don't care about you. If you're in a place where you can see love or feel love, any kind of love, you know it's there, but if you're in a place where there's none of it, like, you can really feel that. It felt really cold.
When it comes to mental problems for kids, this is something that I still don't understand. It's the idea that getting help makes you weak in Japan. I've seen people say, when I was in high school or junior high...
Yeah, the two terms are typically messed up. I just clarified for the sake of clarifying. It doesn't really change the video. I just thought that it would be good to explain the difference. You know, the more you know, G.I. Joe.
Or whatever, there were counselors and people that could help, but I didn't go to see them because, well, I thought it was really embarrassing, or the other kids were going to say that I was weak or something like that. This idea of getting mental help is a weakness must go. It's gotta go.
当時の考えなんですけど、相談するっていうことはなんか自分が負けたとかっていうのが結構根強くその時あったので、早い段階で相談できたかもしれないけど、そこいった方向に目が向けられてなかったので、かなり重くなってからカウンセラーのところにっていうような。私がその被害を受けてる時で言うと、自分からは相談するっていうのができないので、気づいてほしいっていうのが。
相談を持ちかけられて、相談を聞く側、大人側ですよね。子供の自殺に関して言うと、大人がどうやって見つけたりキャッチしたり対応していくかっていうのが大きいと思いますね。っていうのが相談に来た方でも、ここが初めてじゃなくて、これまでにも相談したけど、相手にされなかったとか、先生から逆にお前が悪いんじゃないのって言われたとかですね、誰か信頼できそうな大人に相談したけれど。
That is another thing that surprises me. Sometimes teachers would say, "Isn't it your fault?" Sometimes in Japanese schools, bullying is accepted, and they sometimes look at the victims as deserving it. Why? I'm not really sure. That's just the reality of it. That's just the sad reality.
もうまく聞いてもらえなかったので、余計心の傷というか痛みというかですね、大変さを増幅したっていうのがあるんですよね。SOS の出し方教育だけじゃなくて、SOS の見つけ方とか受け止め方とかですね、SOS への対応の仕方とかです。
Wait, what? It happens in the UK too? I didn't know that. I live in the US. I'm not going to say it never happens, but I'm saying here it's more accepted. In Japan, it's more accepted. I'm not saying it never happens in any other country. I'm just saying that they seem to have a certain level of acceptance to it. So saying yes, it happens here in the US doesn't really, I mean, lots of bad things happen everywhere. For clarification, it's generally more accepted in Japan.
大人側もやらないとこれは不十分であると思います。
日本はなんか心療内科の数は世界で一番多いらしいんですけど、私みたいな活動、メンタルヘルスの活動してる人っていうのはあまりいないんじゃないかなっていう感じですね。
昔持ってたその式燃料っていうんですか、それから立ち直るために助かったことって何ですかね。
なんか自分ブログも書いてるんですけど、ブログの存在は大きかったのかなと思いまして、死にたいとか、あとなんかね、生きる意味わかんないとか、そういうのを配信してると、そういう人が集まってきて、でいろいろコメントくれたりとかするんで、そういう人ばっかじゃなくて、ちょっと生きるのは辛いとかいう人もいて、で、そういう人が私の配信を見て励まされたっていうふうに言ってくれたこともあったんで、そういうので結構自分は癒されてる感じですね。
精神疾患とか患ってしまうと、社会との接点っていうのがなくなりやすくはあるんですけど、
they said the magic word. Or they said the magic phrase. They said it. What happens to people who are mostly bullied, who are really bullied and stuff, and have mental health issues? Ooh, this. They often isolate themselves. What is Criterion 1, everyone? Class, please tell everyone what Criterion 1 is. The magic word is please. My goodness, Lucy. Isolation from society.
私としては何かのコミュニティだったりとか、
3 criterion. Isolation, refusal to go to work or school, and it has to last more than a 6-month period. That's right. Isolating themselves from society, sir. That is right.
何
Love
か
the
しら社会
enthusiasm.
の人と接点を持つっていうのは大事なのかなと思っています。
All right. We're an hour and 45 minutes in, and we still have 3 more videos to go over. This one's a short one. This is a new one he just talked about, or he just did. He literally posted this video the day I announced I wanted to do a Hikikomori stream, and I had no idea he posted this video. So, I don't know. I think that that's a crazy coincidence. This is fate. That's what this is. So, but we'll go over this. This is actually a treatment plan that they're using, and it actually has a pretty good chance of succeeding. We'll go over that later, though. You're preparing for bed? That's okay. You can, I appreciate you coming by. And I do plan on posting this to YouTube, so, well, it'll be there, too, if there's anything you missed. All right. I don't know if we necessarily need to watch this one. It's only 11 minutes long. It's talking about living with social anxiety in Japan, and it's very important to talk about this one. Maybe not very, very important, but it is important, at least from a professional kind of view, to look at social anxiety, because we do have people avoiding each other. We do have people avoiding each other, which is a characteristic of social anxiety, and we can tack this on to, we talked about the comorbidity rate several times. This is one of the comorbid disabilities that is often associated with Hikikomori. It was even hypothesized at one point that Hikikomori was a form of social anxiety, but there are reasons why it's not technically social anxiety, and why, but that has to do with the comorbidity. The reason how come, even though that people with social anxiety are likely to have Hikikomori, the reason how come we know that it's not an actual form of social anxiety, because people can fit the criterion for Hikikomori without the socially anxious part. So I know that it says that they have reduced interactions with people outside of the home, right? But the thing is that they can let people into their home and they can still feel comfortable talking to people. Now, they might not go out of their way to invite people into their home. So the diagnostic criterion is a behavioral description, not an emotional one. So it's what they do, not how they feel. When we're talking about anxiety, we're mostly talking about how people feel, not what they're doing. So it's actually a lot different on how we classify it. and how we measure it and whatnot. I don't know. I hope what I just said made sense. What do we think? Should we go over this one? We're an hour and 49 minutes in. Let's look, and considering after this one, I'm thinking we might skip over this one unless anyone wants to watch this. Just because there's some more important features to go over. Because we've been over 2. We have a total of 5. Yeah, because we've been over this one, which focused on learning what Hikikomori is. We went over this, which is where we learned about how they're handling mental health in general in Japan. This one specifically focuses on social anxiety. This one's not really as important. So for the sake of not making a 3-hour, 5-hour stream, we will move on to the next one, which is no. This one. Exactly. And interestingly enough, in some of the case studies discussed in a book, and that's the thing, not only do I have like these videos to discuss, I have like books and actual research besides just the videos. But I figured I didn't want to turn this into a reading stream, so I thought it would be fun and a little more entertaining to watch these videos because we can actually see these people, you know? It's one thing to really read about these people in books and read about the symptoms and things like that, but it's another to see them firsthand. And it has just occurred to me that I think it was another YouTube channel that did those videos. Some of the others that I was thinking of. Interesting little thing. I actually learned about this when I first learned about Hikikomori. I actually wanted to move to Japan. And it was almost the perfect timing for me to move to Japan because when I learned about this, I was just graduating college. Right? And so when I graduated college, there's a lot of programs overseas where you can go a few years abroad, right? The idea is, okay, you have the degree, go get some life experience. Go learn about other cultures. So you can teach English there in Japan. And I was trying to go to one. But the problem is that when I was trying to apply, sorry, I spaced out for a second. When I was trying to go there, because I'm trying to remember it, the pandemic happened. And what happened after that? Japan shut down. So I was getting ready to graduate, and I had plans to go to Japan to teach English while working on my master's degree. So that way I could also learn Japanese and maybe work as a therapist or something there, helping Hikikomori. But it didn't happen, obviously. Instead, I started working 100 hours a week because of the pandemic. And, oh, hey, how's it going, Maya? Appreciate you coming by. So that's that story. I almost went to Japan, guys, but the big C kind of got me. So, all right, let's continue. So this is going to be an introduction to how some of the ways they are dealing with the Hikikomori.
引きこもりは以前からも日本の社会問題として言われてきていますが、最近ではその数はますます増えています。まず引きこもりの定義としては、6ヶ月以上学校も仕事も行かない、そして社会参加もしない人たちのことを言います。その数は現在約115万人と言われ、若年層は54万人以上、そして中高年層では61万人以上いると言われています。皆さんは8050問題というのを聞いたことがありますか？これは50代の引きこもりを80代の親が面倒を見ているということ。
Yeah, unfortunately, it did not work out for me to go to Japan. I really thought I was going to get into, because I did minor in professional writing on top of mathematics. I really thought that they were going to see, like, hey, I have all this writing experience. What? No, you're fine for the response delay. I just figured I'd add that real quick. You know, it did kind of suck. If Japan was ever like, hey, we need your help, can you explain this thing to us? You know, which would never happen. But, you know, if it ever did, I would be like, heck yeah, and I'll do it for free. But unfortunately, that's just not going to happen, realistically. Part of me wishes I could still go. But at this point, that was so many years ago, although I guess technically I could go there now. I mean, I'd be dropping my entire career. I mean, I work in mental health right now. It doesn't make any sense to drop my mental health career to work at an English teaching company for the possibility of later moving to a mental health company. It's not very realistic. It was realistic when I was first graduating college. But like I said, I graduated the same year that COVID, like everything shut down. As a matter of fact, I didn't even get a graduation, or graduation was shut down. So yes, I graduated from college, but we didn't get a ceremony. This turned into an event really quick. Let's get back to the video.
多くの専門家たちによると、引きこもりの高齢化はこれからますます進んでいくと言われています。今回はこの問題について深く見ていき、解決策などを考えていきたいと思っています。
社会的問題になってきてるけど、なかなか残念ながら全国的にですね、事業を展開しているところっていうのは少ないんですよね。いろんなことやりながらその中にその一つっていうのはあるんですけど、うちのこの NPO。
For clarification, when they say they don't have much support for Hikikomori, for clarification, they don't have much support for treatment. For treatment. Some Hikikomori actually receive food like by delivery services. I know when the pandemic hit, speaking of it, we started getting an influx of companies that were like, hey, you don't have to go to the store. We'll just deliver the groceries to your door so you can be safe. Japan had that for a while, already. They were already doing that there. Not because of a pandemic, but just because delivery services did stuff like that. Do stuff like that. I can't even say does. It's not past tense, it's present tense. They've been doing it and are still actively doing it. Which actually is going to be one of my points later for what I really think it is. So, heads up. Food delivery services, believe it or not, is a factor.
特化したんですよ。妻が精神障害2級というね、中で ADHD とか発達障害もありまして、で、そういう心理のことを勉強する中で、心理カウンセラーになっていくんですけれども、こちらが立ち上がるというところで一緒にさせていただくということでやらせてもらってます。引きこもりの状態の方がいきなりここに相談に来るということは、ほぼない。ご家族の方、実際に
I know that this was very subtle, and I know that this is also another point. Now that we're actually back to talking about Hikikomori, I'm going to be pausing more frequently to point out some important aspects to look at. This is another time that they are saying they are not willing to seek for help, which, yes, part of it is because of the culture, but it is part of the cause as well, for what if I am correct on what it actually is. But again, I'm saving that reveal for the end.
生活されてる方、経済的な援助もやっぱり限界が、実際にもうこれ以上はお金が出せない。地方とか認知症とか、そういったものが実際出てきていると。
That is actually probably a risk that I didn't think about. Hikikomori probably are at higher risk for dementia and Alzheimer's. Dementia and Alzheimer's is caused by your brain cells are actually constantly dying, right, at a very slow rate. But your brain can actually select which brain cells die, and the ones that die are the ones that are not used. So your brain is constantly killing its own cells. But your brain also becomes more complex to compensate. But a problem happens when your brain selects the wrong brain cells to get rid of. And that's what causes Alzheimer's and dementia. The wrong brain cells die. I know that there's probably more scientific ways to explain it, and you could break it down further, and I'm just generalizing it, and I'm sure there's some fancy psychologist out here who thinks that there's a point I missed, but that is the general all overarching what Alzheimer's and dementia really is. It is your brain cells dying, and your brain is picking which brain cells to kill, and it kills the wrong ones on accident. How it decides which ones to kill is based off of activity and usage. It kills the cells that are used the least amount. So what happens is sometimes when you don't use a certain part of your brain enough, it starts killing important parts of the brain. So if you are in a low stimuli environment, like in your home, important parts of your brain might start getting killed because you're just not using certain parts as much because you're not being as stimulated. Lower stimuli does cause for increased trimming. So, now you learned neurology on top of it all. Man, this is so educational. You guys must be like, your brains must be expanding. Just kidding, your brain can't expand unless you're dying or it's swelling.
もう歩くのもしんどいとか、施設に入らなければいけない。で、もう引きこもりの状態の方がもう一人になってしまうとか、本当に逼迫した状況がありますので、これはやっぱ社会問題だと思っているので、ただやはり年配になればなるほど、やっぱりその恥の文化というか、世間体とか、やっぱそういうものがものすごく重くのしかかってて、身動き取れなくなってる方っていうのは多いんじゃないかというふうに感じてますね。
やはりですね、この仕事してるとやっぱり当事者の人ってなかなか来れないんですよね。そもそもつながるっていうのは難しくて、家族とうまくつながらないと拒否されてしまうと、やっぱり
That is a problem. It's very hard to find hikikomoris because they are less likely to seek help on their own. Which we will talk about why that is as soon as I reveal what it is.
そこで支援が切れてしまう。保護者が本人への理解が深まって
Or what I believe it is, to be precise, because technically this isn't a scientific paper and I'm not in front of a board. I'm just in front of a bunch of people who are interested in learning about disabilities. So technically I can't say I'm actually right for legal reasons, but I can say that I'm pretty freaking sure I know what's causing it.
くると関係性が良くなってちょっとなんか出てみようかなって思えてくるとようやく本人とつながれるみたいな流れがあるのでやっぱり家族支援がまずは今日来ていただいた大橋さんとかを講師に呼んでやったりってする中で、だんだんとこう来てくれる方が増えていってやっぱりニーズがある。
We talked about that earlier, where they're using ex-hikikomori to help the current hikikomori. Remember, that's called peer support. For the sake of learning our psychology stuff, not just about hikikomori, but actually learning applied psychology, that is called peer support.
だなっていう皆さん吐き出しをしてよかったみたいな形で書いていかれるのでやっぱりそういう家族会のニーズとかもやっぱり一番家族は大変かなって抱えちゃってるところがあると思いますので。
いじめとか、
Oh my gosh, Ivy, you have no idea how amazing what you just said is. You have no idea how amazing that is. Also, I really like this guy. He is really cool. This guy right here, he's pretty cool. When he shows up in some of this guy's videos, he is just brings a smile to my face. Don't know why. Just a really cool guy.
そういうことをすごくこう経験してきて、自分の存在を殺される、否定される。で、私が結局、じゃあどう回復したかっていうと、やっぱり家族会。その同じ子を持つ親が活動している会の中で自分の居場所を見つけ、肯定感を上げ、やっていった。ただ、それでも私、やっぱり回復してないんですよね。今も私、ある意味での部分では当事者っていうところがあって、親を求め
I completely missed that the first time. I guess that's going to be important to note. So what he's struggling with is actually part of what I teach. So let's just go back. So part of my job, what he's struggling with is part of what I help at my job. So just a little share about myself. Because I don't think I really talk about it that often what I exactly do at my job. So he's talking about improving his confidence little by little, helping people. That is one of the things that I specifically am trained to do, is help people building confidence. That being said, here he goes. He is not fully recovered. And a lot of people that I help with disabilities, you know, I don't make the disabilities go away. Obviously, I don't just like, what's that? Snap my fingers. Look, your depression's gone. No, that's not how it works. What I help with, as far as other skills go, is learning coping skills. What this person is struggling with right now, what he is describing, is coping, which is why I'm bringing it up.
回復してないんですよね。今も私、ある意味での部分では当事者っていうところがあって。
Oh, and for a final point, coping just is like your ability to work through the disability. Not, like I said, it doesn't cure it. It's just your capability of dealing with the emotional response of the disability.
で、親を求めてますね、まだまだ。家族も被害者なんです。でも、その被害者なんたら被害者の声をもっと出せよってことなんですよ。でも出さねえんだよ。なんで出さねえかっていうと、やっぱり世間体と目線価値観だよね。家族なんだから、そういう問題を生ませたのは親の責任でしょ。あんたたちが甘やかしてわがままをいっぱい聞いてきたんだから親の育て方が悪いんじゃないのとか、親を縛り上げてるんですよね。あとは今までの不信感だよね。一番家族を苦しめた支援者の言葉って何だと思う？本人連れてきてくれって言うんです。本人が来れないから私が相談に来てるんじゃないですか。あとは、縦割りで年齢制限で、うち39歳までなんで、40以上はこっち行ってねとか、たらい回し。だから家族も実は被害。兄弟姉妹も被害。
Oh, what? What? Did you see that? Did you guys see that? I don't know why there's no audio at that point, but that's not me. There's just no audio there. Started to work as a peer support recently. Look at that. I was just talking about that. What I do is called community support, but I work alongside peer supports a lot of the time. Not all the time, but in certain scenarios, it's important to work with peer support specialists.
もちろん、その親とかには申し訳ないなっていう気持ちはあったんですけど、それがこう、なんで分かってくれないんだっていう、まあそういう気持ちは強かったですね、やっぱり。自分に甘いんじゃないんかとか、なんであの人はできてんのにお前はできひんねんみたいな、その、まあいい年して何やってんねんとか、 そんな感じでやっぱり言われてたんで、やっぱりその、昔から人に合わせたりとか、うまいことこう、会話するとかがすごい苦手。
He said one of the magic words again. Adjusting to others. Remember that I mentioned it earlier that in the DSM-5, one of the disabilities that it is sometimes compared to is adjustment disorder. As a matter of fact, like I said earlier in the book Shutting Out the Sun, it is compared to an adjustment disorder. But there's a reason it's not an adjustment disorder. But we'll get to the fancy technical stuff later.
で、やっぱそうなると会社でも、こう、なかなか、こう、周りと馴染めなかったりとか、うまくいかないってことが多くて、なんかきっかけになる、その大きな事件がこれがあったとかいうわけではなくて、なんかその人間関係とか日々のストレスがこう、ちょっとずつ、こう自分の中で溜まっていって、ある日も、限界やみたいな感じでこう、なんかこう、ツンって切れたというか、壊れたり、まあそんな感じですね。実際その引きこもってる時って、辛いな、寂しいなとか、苦しいなとかっていうよりかは、むしろその安心感っていうか、そういう気持ちの方が強かったかもしれないですね。なんかもう、ここにいたらもう誰とも関わらなくてもいいみたいな。
引きこもりとは何かっていうと、生きるための術なんですよね。だから究極の命の選択。このまま社会にいたり、このまま人とつながっていたら自分が死んでしまうっていうか、こう、気違いになっちゃう。自分を助けるためにこう、こもるっていう選択をする。私たちだって別に引きこもりたくないんですよ。誰だってそんな引きこもりたくて引きこもってるやつなんて、私はいないと思います。診断が、発達の診断がつくのが33なんですけど、しんどくても本当に大変だったのは多分10代後半から、
ADHD, another disability commonly associated. I think we've covered like 5 disabilities that are commonly associated with Hikikomori. You know, when you have this many disabilities associated with one other disability, it really starts to make sense why they would have a 95% comorbidity rate. Remember at the very beginning, they pointed out that comorbidity rate, and I said that is unheard ofly high. That is not something that is normal. A 95% comorbidity rate is not normal. I'm not saying it never happens. I'm saying that is a red flag.
診断を受けるまで、引きこもりの状態図をよーく見ていくと、一定数仕事をした後に引きこもってるんですね。うつ病が会社に入って、出て、その後に発達障害が分かったことによっての引きこもり。
でもやっぱり自分にとって一番
And they keep talking about developmental disabilities. Just another interesting fact about myself. Although I mostly work with emotional disabilities now, most of my career experience is with people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So, you know, just a little extra fact about myself.
大きかったのは、その、発達障害っていうのが分かったことがやっぱり一番大きかったかもしれないですね。発達障害ってなんかその、子供の病気とかって思ってたんで、まさか自分がみたいな、その、自分が
Oh, and since we keep talking about comorbidity rates, people with a disability under the classification of IDD, which is the intellectual and developmental disabilities, they have a 70% comorbidity rate with emotional disabilities. Meaning, if you have any form of IDD, you have a 70% chance of having an emotional disability. So, little tidbit.
この年になって発達障害っていうなんて思ってなかったんで、それでああそうかみたいな、こういうことやったな、だからかみたいな感じで、今まではその原因がわからんかったというかなんかあれやったんですけど、それでなるほどこうストンと落ちたというかすっきりした感じはやっぱりありましたね。病気なんだ、原因があるんだというか、まあそれでちゃんと自分と向き合うことができるようになったみたいなところはあるんじゃないかなと思います。はい、こちらこそありがとうございました。
不登校からそのまま地続きで、そのままずっと一本で行ってるっていう人も まあ中にはいらっしゃいます。
Most of the Hikikomori who are in their 30s started when they were in their teens, meaning some of these people have been shut in to their homes for over 20 years. In some of these cases, they literally have not stepped outside their door in 20 years. Think about living in a submarine for 20 years. That's basically what they're going through.
ですけれど、社会人で何らかの挫折したりとか、もう立ち上がれないとか、そういったケースもやっぱり多くありますので、コミュニケーションという部分でなかなかうまくできないっていうことで、発達障害とかですね、二次障害としてうつ病。
What would be considered IDD though? Like, would comprehensions? Well, see, comprehension issues would actually be more of a symptom of IDD. And sometimes having comprehension issues isn't necessarily a disability per se. Comprehension issues would be more, when talking about IDD, comprehension would be a side effect, not a disability. We can actually, since I have the DSM-5 with me, we can actually go over the generalized criterion for a intellectual and developmental disability real quick. Let me just grab my book here, the DSM-5. I also have a copy of the 4, but I just keep that one for fun. Let's see here. Which page is that on? I'm going to go to my little index here. I believe it's towards the front. I believe those are 200 F codes. Or are they 300 F codes? Let's find out. I'm not... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there aren't 200 F codes, because the first one, it starts out, is with a 31. So neurodevelopmental disorders start with a 31. Okay, so 31, so 319 is going to be your general... 319 is going to be your general intellectual disability. Currently, when we say IDD, it's intellectual. Even though they're divided up into subcategories a lot of times, they are typically coinciding. Or not coinciding. They're not really coinciding, but co-affecting. Your development can affect your ability to learn, and your ability to learn can affect your ability to develop, which is why they're often categorized together. So yeah, that's going to be the 319. Alright, so let's go to page 33. Because that's the page that it's on. Let's see here. Intellectual and developmental disorder. For the general... let's see. Intellectual disabilities is a disorder with onset during the developmental period that includes both intellectual and adaptive functioning deficiencies in conceptual, social, and practical domains. The following 3 criteria must be met. 1. A deficit in intellectual functions such as reasoning, problem-solving, planning, abstract thinking, judgment, academic learning, and learning from experience, confirmed by both clinical assessment and individualized standard intelligence testing. Criterion B being deficits in adaptive functioning that results in failure to meet developmental and socio-cultural standards for personal independence and social responsibility. Without ongoing support and adaptive deficits limit functioning in one or more activities of daily life, such as communication, social participation, and independent living across multiple environments. And that criterion B could have a play in why they are at higher risk of being hikikomori. The specific part on where it can actually limit their social participation. And if we once we go more into these other disabilities, we will talk more about how hikikomori fits under multiple different types of disabilities which is why it can't, which is part of, it's part of why it has such a high comorbidity rate, but we'll get more into that later when we go over those other disabilities more in depth in the DSM-5. But as for criteria C, it is an onset of intellectual and adaptive deficits during the developmental period. So it can't just be like lots of people struggle at some point in their life, right? It's not a matter of, oh, you struggled this one time with learning this one feature. This is onset, and it has to, so it basically during the developmental period, basically what it means is you have to continuously have this problem to, be diagnosed. This can't just be oh, you struggled learning math in school, therefore you must have it. No, this has to be a persisting problem, and it has to be almost to a debilitating degree, for lack of better words. There is 4 different severities. Yes, no, I'm glad you asked. I mean, we're going to cover it at some point anyway, so I'm glad you asked. So there is 4 current severities, which is mild, moderate, severe, and profound. The people I worked with were in the moderate to severe range. People who are profound are oftentimes hospitalized. Although I've worked with people who are profound, those people need special care. Although I've worked with them, as far as like volunteership goes, part of my experience was as a volunteer worker helping people with disabilities. But as far as paid experience goes, moderate to severe is what I typically worked with. But profound people, when they have no one who can physically take care of them, they are typically put in hospitalization for both their safety and for the safeties of others. I know that might sound kind of, I know that some people might have an issue with that, but when someone has profound, I don't have a good answer. We're going to keep moving on.
ようになるとか、そういったものをきっかけに、社会とのつながりというのがなくなって、より社会に出にくくなる状況というのは結構あるのかなと、はい、思います。はい。
Diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, which is technically, we don't technically diagnose people as Asperger's syndrome anymore. This falls under the category of autism spectrum disorder, which is a developmental disability that is caused by a lack of mirror neurons in the frontal lobe.
障害ってその周りに適応するところで結構問題が生じやすい。でそういうところで、トラブルがあったりとか、傷つくことがあったりとか、逆に傷つけてしまうことがあった時に、集団から離れる、学校に行かない、一人のとこを望むっていう風に必然的になるのかな。あんまりそんなに認知されてなかったんですよね。田舎の方だったので結構、なんですかね、情報が少なくて、私は子供の頃には発見されなかった。うつ病の時の考え方って、ゆっくり休んだりとか、お薬で治療したりとか、あと生活を整えていったり、そういう考え方はちょっとずつ薄らいでいく部分はあるんですけど、発達障害の方で、いわゆる特徴って言われてる考え方とか振る舞いは、ちょっとなかなか治るっていう性質のものではない。
Not necessarily true. She's not a professional, so I don't expect her to know everything, and I know that this is a lot reflecting how she feels. But a lot of people with those disabilities can learn to kind of not do those things. She's talking about things like that are like cultural situational awareness. This is a really big misconception, and even though it feels impossible, it's that people with developmental disabilities cannot learn. So what she is basically claiming is that she cannot learn certain skills that are needed in society for interaction purposes. That is not true. At least you would have to have a very, we talked about the 4 levels, right? A profound maybe might not struggle. I don't know this person's history, but just from what I do know about her, it is likely it is probably moderate. Mild would be the high functioning. Moderate would be you have the functioning, but it's getting harder. Severe would be like you're gonna need is about the point where moderate and severe is when like the higher ends of moderate to all of severe. That's when you start needing like in-home assistance. And then the profound is like, you know, that's when we talk about, you know, you need someone taking care of you constantly. That's just the reality of things.
変えていかなきゃいけないってことはないと私は思ってますね。自分がこうなきゃいけないって思ってるものがあるとしたら、そのイメージの方を変えましたね。普通じゃなきゃいけないっていう考え方の方は別にそうではなくていい。でもなんか根本的な性格のとこから変えるとか変えようっていうのはしてないですね。で、しなくても私はある程度やっていけてるので、外に出るのが当たり前っていう時代自体がもしかしたら変わってくるかもしれない。外に出なくてもできる仕事とか。
Now, this is actually, again, I know she's not a professional, but this is some bad advice. They're talking about letting them work from home. And that sounds nice in theory, but the problem is it doesn't actually address the issues. Honestly, what she is suggesting, if I'm right what it is, which we will talk about before the end of this stream, if I'm right on what it is, this is a very bad idea. Because what it's going to do is it's going to increase the likelihood of someone becoming Hikikomori. If I am right. Which, again, I am pretty confident that I am. But I can't say I definitively have the answer because I haven't gone in front of a board and presented it, and I'm not going to sit here and be like I know everything because I, you know, like I said, who knows? Maybe I'll bring it in front of a board one day. But we'll save some more explanation for later. But this is not good advice.
を先に言ってしまうと私は楽でしたね。連絡事項とかをなるべくメールにしていただいたりとか、急な電話とかあんまりしないようにしますねっていう配慮なんですけど、していただけたりすると結構それだけでも楽だったり、親御さんのご心配って自分がいなくなった後もこの子は大丈夫なんだろうかっていうことだと思うので、必ずしも外に出なくてもなんとかこの子なりにやっていけるっていうところが見つかればいいと思う。
See, she has conflated the issue to being one factor. Is what are they going to do after the parents are gone? She's only looking at it from one perspective, but that's not even the entire issue. Keep in mind that part of the issue is that they are committing suicide at higher rates, and it's not that they don't want to leave their home. Maybe she doesn't. Okay, not every hikikomori is exactly the same. That's true with every disability. That's true with people who don't have disabilities. Everyone's a bit different. She is saying that she does not want to leave her home. That's fine. She's still classified as hikikomori. I'm not talking about ripping people from their homes, but it does not, her solution does not address the overall issues, such as the suicide rate and the not wanting to work. As we will discuss later and see some more severe cases, I mean, there are people who are just choosing to literally just stare at a wall in bed, peeing on themselves. It goes a little bit farther beyond just not wanting to leave their home. Like, yes, not wanting to leave their home is the number one characteristic because it's part of one of the three criterion, but that is not really the biggest issue.
外に出た方がいいよっていうのとは違うアドバイスがあるかもしれないですね。家の中でもできるこういう仕事の求人があったよとか。
同性愛者であるとか、そういうものことを理由にうまくいかなくって引きこもっていくっていうのはあるかな。今でこそね、若い人とかはオープンにしてたりとか、僕もカミングアウトしてますけど、ゲイの人たちの中でも年齢を重ねていくにつれて、みんなどんどんその孤立していく。ガラケーのメール、携帯のメールすら使えないみたいな年配の方とかもいるので、そうするともうほぼ無理ですよね。いろいろ、そういった例えば発達障害の人とか、ゲイの人とか、性的マイノリティの人とかもそうですけど、なんかみんな何かしらその違いがあって当然で、その違って当たり前だし、いわゆるなんか普通みたいな標準タイプみたいな人っているはいると思うんですけど、少ないというか、ちょっと人と違うところがあるよねっていう風なスタンスで。
And this is something that they do all kind of talk about in Hello Pandraco, is that they all feel like they've been outcasted from society, with the point being, what was my point? It's just a common characteristic. They all feel like they just can't fit in with society anymore.
それぞれの人が自分の取扱説明書みたいなものをきちんとその把握できていたらなんかいいのかなっていうふうに思ったりします。
学校だとかもう本当にどうしても避けられないっていう場面だったら、変な言い方になりますけど我慢しますね。で、それ以外の場面でうまく発散したりとか、トラブルを犯さないためにあんまり喋らないとか、基本的に話は聞くだけ。何か溜まるものがあったら、それこそ YouTube とかインターネットを介してなんか発信したりとかするとうまくバランスをとってやっていけたのかな。動画として作ってあげてしまうと自分の中から外に出たような感じがして結構忘れられたりするんですね。その怒りとか不安とかを。なので、すっきりはしますね。人が活動的になってる時間帯、昼とかですね、は結構外に出るのが苦手な時期があったので、必ず日が暮れてからとかに。
Boom! There we go. That's a big point right there. Because this has happened in a few case studies that I also read about.
何かお仕事とか通学とかいうのは、その後かなと思いますね。不登校から学校に
Going out was so hard. Where to go? Where to go?
高かったですね。
世間一般的にもすぐやっぱ。
What? Where to go? Seems so sad. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say, yep, it is. One of the things she said is she started going out at night. I didn't pause it at the right time. She started feeling more comfortable at night, which is something that a lot of people who become diagnosed as Hikikomori report, is feeling more comfortable at night. And you have to ask yourself why. That is actually going to be another hard point for what I believe Hikikomori actually is. Why did my computer just flash? We didn't go offline, did we? Please, someone tell me we've been online this whole time. Why did my computer just flash? Okay, I guess we didn't go offline at least. But that was... Okay, good. That just... I was really confused. My whole screen just like flashed black for a second, and I was just like, oh my gosh, what happened? Good. Okay, but anyways, what was I saying? Yes, they're constantly reporting not constantly, but a lot of them report feeling comfortable at night. Not all of them, but it is a more common characteristic.
就労しなあかんのちゃうかっていう話がポンと出てくると思うんですけれど、それをやっぱりそのまま受け取れない状態にあるんですね。社会との接点がかなり長期間ない状態で、いきなりハードルが。
That is a good point. Think about it. If you're trying to get better, able to stay under the darkness. You're absolutely right, Ivy. You have no idea how right you are. I think you're starting to see the path. Wait, oh, that's right. I already explained to you what it was. I'm like, Ivy, how are you so on point? I already explained this to you. Oh, that's why. Oh, funny. I forgot. I already talked to her about this. But yes, you're absolutely right.
高くなることが多くて、仕事されてない状態と就労するっていう間に、もうちょっとこの階段を。
Oh, right, but that's going to be part of the problem. So the brain works like a muscle. So part of the problem is the longer you're a hikikomori, the harder it is going to be to get better. So the longer that the less time you spend with people, the harder it's going to be to relearn how to interact with people. That's just how it is.
ってほしいなっていうのが実際にこうフォローしててもどかしいところですね。まあ、いろんなね予算の問題がいろいろあるんでしょうけど、ただまあこれだけ引きこもりのね中高年の引きこもり8050問題っていうのがやっぱ社会問題としてクローズアップされてきていますから。
就労支援一辺倒できた引きこもり支援20年だと思うんですよ僕。ところがそれ失敗の歴史だと思うんですよ。40、50の引きこもりの本人からすると、一番興味のあることって何だと思います？いかに生き抜くかなんです。働いていないとか収入得ていない、あとは結婚していないとかそういうことじゃないんですよ、俺たちからすると。一番は何かっていうと、セルフネグレクト、自分の欲、生きるっていう欲が全て失われてしまうのがガチで困ることなんですね。私もガチ。
And that's another issue that they have. Okay, it's not like they're just staying home. And that's why I said earlier that one woman's, her response was not the best. But like I said, she doesn't work in mental health. Where she said that maybe we should make it easier for them to stay home. It does not, making it easier for them to stay home does not address the other issues. That is the real big problem.
起業していた時に、本当にやってたんですけど、ボトラーとおむつらーって知ってます？記者さんもっとこう勉強しようよ。ボトラーって何かっていうと、ペットボトルにおしっこ。
Yes. There are people called bottlers. There is a name for this because it is common enough that they decided to give it a name. Look, they even have a little tool that was specifically made for this purpose. Okay, maybe it was used for something else like pouring fluid into a bottle. But the fluid that they ended up pouring into the bottle was their pee.
おむつらーって何かっていうと。
And yes, there is quite a few number of them who think that wearing diapers and peeing on themselves is not a bad thing.
おむつしてゲームをする人。トイレに行くまでめんどくさいっていうかもう元気がないのね。だから自分に関心が持てない。
Oh, trust me, Pandraco. We know. We went over bullying earlier. We went over all kinds of stuff. We went over the culture. Seeing someone get to a state where they would rather pee on themselves than get up and go to the bathroom, you have to look at this like this is, and this isn't like they're like enjoying it, okay? They're not getting a fun out of this. These are people who have depression and anxiety that is so crippling, they cannot even bring themselves to get out of the bed to go to the bathroom. This is severely crippling. They're not doing this for fun. They're not doing this because they have a weird interest in it. They are doing this because they cannot bring themselves to get out of bed. So that is what makes this the most sad and the most alarming. Having depression and anxiety so bad you can't get out of bed, even to pee.
自分に関心が持てないのは何かっていうと、自分を必要としてくれる人がいないから。 で、自分を必要となぜしてくれないかっていうと、引きこもりは悪だと思われてるから。お前はお前でいいんだよ。お前にはお前の役割があるんだよっていうふうに言って、やってってくれるっていうところが、やっぱりすごく大事。
10代の頃
Personally, I would still like to move there and help people who are classified as hikikomori. Like I said before, I tried though. Okay, the pandemic started literally right before I graduated, when everything shut down. Okay, it happened towards the end of February. All right, and I was going to be graduating in May. I was literally like budgeting for it, planning for it, you know, looking at the different companies so that way I didn't just bet all my money on one company, you know, in case one company said no. I genuinely wanted to go to Japan at the chance of being able to just work with Hikikomori. Okay, I'm done venting.
と20代のちょっと初めぐらいまで引きこもったり、高校も大学も不登校を繰り返してたので、そういう状況にある子どもたちの支援をしたいなっていうのはもうずっと前から。でも今はちょっと年齢層も上がってきて、20代とか30代前半ぐらいの子も来てます。雇用関係結ぶわけじゃなくて、本当にお手伝いという形で来てもらう。
Well, to be fair, Pandraco, you don't work in mental health. I do. Mental health is a hassle in no matter what part you work in. I mean, just mental health isn't easy. It's just, you don't go into mental health because of the lack of difficulty.
から疲れたらいつでも休んでいいようにしてるし、来る日も来る時間も自由にしてるから、もうその子のペースでやってもらってるんで、意外とみんな慣れていきますね。時間決めたりとか、日にち決めちゃうと、もう引きこもってる子ってそれだけでプレッシャーになって眠れなくなったり、当日体調が悪くなったりするので、働くとかお手伝いすることとかに関して、なるべくハードルを下げる環境にしてます。無理して接客させたりもしないんですけれど、自然とお客さんと喋れるようになったり、他のお手伝いのことを喋るようになったりはしてますけど、でも無理して喋らせようとはしないです。助けるっていうと、ちょっと傲慢な感じがするんですけれど、どんな状況にいても、なんか生きてることの希望をちょっとでも、ここで見つけてくれたらなと思ってやってます。
We see another instance of someone who was hikikomori helping people who has recovered, helping people who are hikikomori. It happens a lot. But like I said earlier, working in mental health in general, a lot of people who worked in mental health went through their own mental health problems when they were younger.
就労を目標にもしていなくて、まずはその子らしさを生かして生きていけるような橋渡しができればいいなと思っているので、まだ働く状況じゃない子もたくさんいるんですけれど、まあ見守ることと、ちょっとでも自信をつける何かを見つけてほしいなと思って一緒にいる感じです。はい。はい、ありがとうございます。
There is a lot of people like her. A lot. Maybe not as many as we wish. There are quite a few. Like I said, most people working in mental health, I can say pretty for certain that most people working in mental health have had mental health problems.
ございます。
親がいなくなった後どうなんだというですね、そういう面で自立をしたいっていうですね、それを目指す気持ちが残ってるっていうのが今の一番の救いですね。生活保護に行くとか心療内科に行くっていうんじゃなくって、なんとか自立をさせていくっていうですね、ここも目指していきたいなっていう。
自分のことをやっぱり
To stand on their own two legs. That is one of the other things that I teach. They are not meaning in the literal sense. they mean they want to teach independence. One of the things that I teach as part of my job as a community support specialist is self-reliance. This, you know what makes me really both happy and sad at the same time? I really wish, what I do at my current job is really what people with Hikikomori need. Okay? It makes me sad because I'm pretty much doing the job I wanted, but not in Japan. And helping a different demographic. But at the same time, it's like, I guess I'm technically doing it, just with a different demographic. I have mixed emotions right now, guys.
否定的に見ている方もやっぱり多いので、ってなると自分のことを誰かに喋るっていうことってものすごいハードルが高くなると思うんですよね。引きこもりの問題だけじゃなくて、やっぱり生きづらさを抱えてる方っていうのは、言葉にできないものをやっぱ抱えてるからしんどくなってるっていう。で、それをまた誰にも分かってもらえない、認めてもらえないっていうのがあると思うんですよね。でもその状態でもやっぱ生きてていいっていう、そういう世の中になっていけば、この引きこもりの問題一つにとっても、第三者にすぐ相談しやすいと思うんですよね。
Okay. So we've gone through 4 of them now. Now, before we start hitting the DSM-5 a little bit harder and talking about the book resources we found, I wanted to end the video on a more positive video. Let me start this one over. This is actually going to talk about a really good treatment plan that I actually have experience helping with. And I am glad that they are using this in Japan, because like I said, it sounds like what they need is more of what I do. More people working community support. I have not seen a single community support specialist when talking about Hikikomori. I have not seen any people mentioning using it as an idea. Really, they just need more people who do the job that I do. Like, yes, peer supports are a great start. Yes, therapists are a good start. Yes.
Japan has more and more children refusing.
Yes, like, what I was saying is like, I lost my train of thought. Gosh dang it, I'm an idiot. Like, okay, so, that's what I was saying. So basically, everything that they do is off to a great start, but they really need community support specialists. Because a lot of people need community support like right now they have peer supports, right now they have therapists, right now they have medicine. They don't have community support specialists. They should really add that in.
To go to school, and we actually got the highest number recently, and the degree of increase is also the biggest, which is concerning because those kids tend to be stuck in their house continuously even after growing.
And here's a Hikikomori right here. Some of them, this is how they live. This is relatively clean compared to some other Hikikomori's houses. So one of the things that I wanted to point out was that what was I going to point out? You know what? Let it keep going. What was I going to say? I had a point. I must be getting tired. It is 11 o'clock and I did work all day. Hold on. Let me get my caffeine in me real quick. Give me a little pick-me-up. Alright, what were we talking about?
この引きこもりの特徴としては長期化するケースが圧倒的に多いんですよ。で、これ長くなればなるほど、その時間を取り戻すとかね、やり直す。
The harder it gets back to recover. We talked about this. And it makes sense because one of the main issues that they struggle with is interacting with other people. The less you interact with someone, the harder it's going to be.
難しくなってくると思うんですよ。不登校ってすごい社会問題になって
Thank you for the stretch.
でこれがベーシックの部分にあるんですよ。引きこもりのね原因をやっぱりいろんな形でね聞いていくと、やっぱり不登校を経験してる子かなり大半を占めてくるんですよ。不登校一回中学校ぐらいであって頑張って復帰したけど大学でやっぱり行けなくなっちゃったんだねとか、そのままずるずるいって社会に馴染めなくなっちゃったんだねとか、数年間学校行けてない子たちがいきなり高校に行ってお勉強ついていけますか、集団行動できますか、大人になったらどうなるのっていうのはもう分かりますよね。
And what worries us even more is the rising number of kids committing suicides, which probably linked to the rising of those hikikomori kids. So I think it's a really serious issue. And in response,
yes, like I said, hikikomori contribute to most of the suicides in Japan. And assuming that it's causational and not correlational, that means the higher the hikikomori, the higher the suicide rate will go.
to the growing number of those kids, some cities in Japan have so-called free school, which is kind of alternative schools where those kids are free to choose their own activities, like gaming, reading books, whatever their interests may be.
And this is amazing. What you are about to see is a really good program. It is called psychosocial rehabilitation. I don't think they call it that in this video, but that is what this is. Which I do have experience working on a team. It's not really where I mainly work, but I have helped out with the PSR, the psychosocial rehabilitation team, before. So I am at least familiar with how the programs work. But I worked with it with an adult team. So like the people who we were helping, the people who we were providing psychosocial rehabilitation to were all adults. What they're offering right now is psychosocial rehabilitation for children in a school-like setting. So yes, this is amazing. So that's why I wanted to end it. This is where, at least when it comes to watching the videos, this would be the video I want to end. I would want to end the video watching on, because this is so cool. This is so nice, and this is genuinely helpful.
例えばさっきもミシンやりたいって子がいたら家までミシン取りに
Look at that. Brought in a sewing machine. You want to learn how to sew? You learn how to sew.
ですぐにミシンをやらせてあげたりとか。
Oh, and for clarification for what psychosocial rehabilitation is and how it works, because I didn't clarify that yet. Psychosocial rehabilitation is you learn how to interact with people by interacting with people. Does that make sense? I mean, it probably makes sense. Just like it's true, it's harder for you to learn how to interact with people by when you don't interact with them. It is also true that the more you interact with people, the easier it is to learn how to interact with people.
やっぱしてますけど、その場でしたいよねって時にその熱量が消えないうちにすぐにじゃあそれに取り掛かれるようにしようねっていうのが大事かなとは思ってますね。学校行ってない子が多いですね。今日本全国で24万5,000人かな、ちょっと僕正確には分かんないんですけど、本気で考えなきゃいけないのですけども、それをずっと放置しているっていうのが現状なのかなと思いますよね。もともと僕も始めた時3年前、千葉市フリースクールで検索した時に、教育委員会のホームページにフリースクール5個しか載ってなかったんですよ。多分あることも知らない親御さんのが結局そういう状況なので、その不登校の歴も長いですし、その長い中でもういろんなことやり尽くしたと、そういう状態で来られる方がいらっしゃって、藁をもすがる気持ちで探してここにたどり着いた人ばっかだったんですよ。親御さんもお子さんももうなんか疲労困憊というか。
The reason why they are avoiding schools are various, and often multiple factors behind it.
All right. Personal issues with friends or teachers, unable to keep up with the classes, developmental disorders, family circumstances, mental health issues. These 4 factors right here, not this one as much. These 4 factors are more associated with suicide than bullying for young kids, in case you're wondering. Just for little extra scientific knowledge. But yeah, so it's gonna, when you start looking at it like that, it's gonna start, and these characteristics are known for following people who are hikikomori. It starts to kind of make sense when we paint the image, if you will, why the suicide rates among hikikomori are so high. Because these are characteristic, or not this one. These are characteristics that we often see associated with suicide.
In many cases, they are traumatized by painful experiences at school. Let me share some of the voice and what they've been through. スポーツも勉強も学校では全てダメだった。自分がいつも劣っている。負担になっていると感じるのは辛かった。私の髪の毛はもともと茶色い。それは仕方のないことだ。でもクラスのみんな、先生までもがよくバカにしてきた。自分が何か悪いことをしているように感じていた。親友だと思っていた子たちにいじめを受けたのは本当に辛かった。私はただ普通でいたかった。
当事者の仲間でよくあるある話であるのが、普通になりたかった。
なんかずっと孤立してる感じが精神的にあったので、なんか
You know, that is, sorry to detract for a moment. That's kind of a contradiction of what she said previously. That's the same woman who said maybe she shouldn't have to interact with people. If she truly just wanted to be alone, then, and her argument is that she can't, that maybe she shouldn't have to. The problem is that she also acknowledges that not interacting with people is making her unhappy. So kind of contradicting on her part. I'm not trying to be rude to her. I'm just pointing out that we need to be aware of these things, and that's one of the things we need to be aware of.
馴染めてない世の中に。
いじめのケースもありますよね。で、あとは学校の先生とうまくいかないっていうケースが、様々ですよね。なんか一個の原因ではないと思うんですけど、それまでやっぱり学校に行かないってことに対しての負い目だったりとか、あとは学校の先生に今日行かないんですかって言われるとか、悪いことしているみたいなふうに思えちゃうような、やっぱ環境があるので、
But then, you're not wrong. But her argument was that she shouldn't have to interact with people. Now, I can see your logic and reasoning on why you say that, yes, it makes sense that you can want to see people on your own terms. I'm, again, like I said when she talked about that the first time, I'm not talking about ripping people out of their homes. I'm just saying that does not address the problem when we say, okay, just stay in your home. If it doesn't address the problem, it's not really a treatment. Yes, I think, but that's completely reasonable under any circumstance. So again, not forcing them out of their home, just simply stating that it doesn't address the problem.
まずここで休憩っていうんですかね、楽しく過ごせるとか、ここが居場所だって思えるってことを最初にやるべきかなって思ってやっているので、だいたい 2,3 ヶ月後には外で遊べたりとか。で、一番最初のやっぱ反応としてはやっぱ親御さんの反応がすごい変わるんですよね。やっとそのお子さんが楽しく笑顔になるから、そうお母さんも笑顔になるんですよね。子供もお母さんの笑顔を見るので喜ぶじゃないですか。でまた笑顔になるっていう結構いいスパイラルというかっていうのを結構やって3ヶ月目ぐらいにすごい実感したので、これはすごいやりがいのある仕事だなっていうふうには僕もメインスタッフの妹も両方とも思いますよね。だから外遊び行くよっていう時も僕教室に残るって子が一人でもいたら
Now, feeling like they can't fit in, that's one of their main characteristics, but by fostering individuality, they feel more accepted. And collectivist societies typically don't accept individualism because they're literally conflicting ideologies. But we'll get more into that later. We're almost to the part where I unveiled the big truth.
その子のためにスタッフ一人置いてっていうことはしていますね。だから全員で遊ぼうとか、みんな行くから何々君も一緒に行こうよっていう強制はあんましないですね。例えばじゃあ一人残ったとするじゃないですか。シーンとして僕は何か仕事してるとするじゃないですか。一人寂しいなって思う子もいると思うんですよ。だからやっぱ一人じゃつまんないから外行くは OK だと思うんですよ。別に強制してそういう風に仕向けてるわけじゃないんですけど、子供たちの内側からやりたいっていうこと、それが出てきた時に、じゃあそれみんなでやってみようかとか、じゃあやれるんだったら応援するよっていうのをスタンスとしてますね。はい。僕全員と仲良くしなくていいと思ってるんですよね。正直。こういうキッスの子たちだからこそ、やっぱり全員と仲良くも多分難しいと思っているから。そうじゃなくて、この子とちょっと仲良くなくなっちゃったなってなっても他にいるよね、みたいな。社会って僕そういうもんだと思ってて、一個のコミュニティなくなったら自分の人生終わりみたいになってほしくないから、そういったことをなんか遊びを通して。
That's also an interesting point where he talks about finding community. In the book Shutting Out the Sun, it talks about in some case studies where people who were Hikikomori in Japan, when leaving Japan, actually had symptom relief. Where they actually felt comfortable leaving their home after leaving Japan. That is a red flag too. That is not talked about enough from the research that I've read. It's just not, that's a really interesting point that should be talked about more. But we'll get more into that when we talk about adjustment disabilities. But yes, nope. If a Hikikomori is able to bring themselves to leave Japan, they a lot of cases have symptom reliefs.
これをゲームやるときはこのコミュニティとか、この遊びするときはこのコミュニティ。
Yes, it has a lot to do with their culture. We talked about that earlier. It has a lot to do with their culture.
みたいな。当校の親御さんはほとんどの方は学校に戻そうと無理に最初はするんですけど、絶対最初はするんですけど、こんなに子供が嫌がってるのに戻す意味ってなんだろうって気がつく方、親御さんのが多いかなと。自宅を選択される方もいらっしゃると思うんですよ。で、僕別に交流したくないのに交流させるのもまた違うかなと思ってるんですよね。ただコミュニケーション取りたいよねって思ってる子はやっぱそういう場を作っていった方がいいかなと思っていて。
Japan already has many hikikomori and expected to increase even more. So I do agree that having a free school like this and taking action in the early stage would be crucial for Japan.
普通我が子が学校行かなくなっちゃった、それは子供には子供の事情があるし行きたくない時もあるかもしれないから見守るということは大事だと思うんですよ。でもこれがね1年間とか5年間とか10年間って僕ね見守るっていうことではないと思うんですよ。ある意味放置だと思うんですよね。家族だけで抱え込ませないための制度も必要だし、教育が変わんないとどちらかと個性を結構排除しにより周りと同じことをさせるから、みんな同じような化粧してみんな同じようなバッグ持って女の子なんか見ても何の違いがあるんだろうと、周りと同じことができてない人間は排除されるような仕組みだと思うんですよ。やっぱこの排除型の社会システムはね、僕はあんまり本当に好きじゃない。
Okay, before we get into the nitty-gritty about what it is, please let me pee real quick. I know I have been stalling for what it is because I don't want to spoil it. We have two options though, so while I'm going to the bathroom, I want people to take a vote in chat. I want to know, do we want to does everyone want me to explain what it is, what I think it is, and then go over my evidence? Or do we want to look at a little more evidence in the DSM-5 before I explain what I think it is? Do you want evidence first or do you want solution first? You guys decide while I pee. One second. Okay. Okay, I'm gone. Since we're so long into it, and y'all have been so patient, I will go ahead and reveal what it is, and then we will talk about more in depth how I came to this conclusion. Okay, so just a quick summary of everything we've gone over. Hold on, let me at least change. Gosh dang it. I was at least going to change scenes so that way we're not just looking at that video screen the whole time. 1 second. Because, of course, it did this. Why is it doing this? Oh. There we go. Okay, so the big reveal. Alright, so let's just review some of the evidence, right? Just real quick, so we can still be dramatic, but we can still get it done really quick. Okay, the three criterion required. You have to avoid interaction. It has to extend longer than it has to be longer than 6 months, and you can't. And it's people who don't interact with, with people other than close family members and people who live in close proximity. Okay, so the disability that they have spent 30 years trying to figure out what it is. What I believe, with evidence, what it actually is not a disability. No, that is not a troll. It is not really a disability. It is a debilitating learned behavior. All right. Dun. No, I'm not joking. Let's talk about why. Okay. Before we can talk about this, we need to talk about what it specifically is. It is specifically, according to what I have read, and this is not something that is genuinely agreed upon, so this is kind of mostly my own thought. It is a bifactor of what is called learned avoidance behavior. Not bifactor, why did I say that? That sounds stupid. It's learned avoidance behavior in the most extreme degree I have ever seen ever. It is not actually a disability, it is a learned debilitating behavior. Learned avoidance behavior, to be specific, according to my behavior modifications textbooks, principles, and procedures. I had the page saved, and my bookmark fell out because of course it did. What page was it on? Looking for the highlight. I at least highlighted some stuff in the page, so let me see if I can look for that little highlighter mark. So I can explain what learned avoidance behavior is. Well, technically, it's a lot of times referred to learned aversion, but that is learned avoidance behavior. It's learned aversion, and here they call it learned aversion. I gotta go to my... Wait, was that it? No, that's conditioned reinforcers. I have this whole thing color-coded. Going to the glossary so I can find the page. Because now we're getting to the part where I'm talking about the actual books I've read. Well, you missed it, Ivy. I gave the reveal away. It is actually not a disability. They are wrong. No, I'm not joking. Let me find the right page, because of course my bookmark fell out. Where's it at? That's the name index. Yep. That's the big reveal. It's not a disability. It's just a debilitating behavior. A debilitating learned behavior. Now, again, that is my theory, not someone else's. So someone's going to say, oh, well, you can't say technically it is because technically it hasn't been agreed upon by the psychology community on what it really is. Well, here it is, my theory. I'm presenting it right now. It is not, in fact, a disability. It is a behavior. A debilitating behavior, which there is a difference. A debilitating behavior is something you do that unfortunately has consequences such as debilitating you. But it is a combination of two types of two types of behaviors, two types of debilitating behaviors. So the first one, like I said, is learned avoidance. The second one, which is not as prevalent, but still prevalent in people who are hikikomori, is learned helplessness. I am digging through the index trying to find where this page is. Give me 1 second. Name index. Subject index. There we go. Like, they have like 5 different indexes. Aversion. Avoidance behavior. There it is. Yep, avoidance behavior. Page 69 to 70. Okay, so, yes, this is learned avoidance behavior, sometimes referred to as aversion. But I guess in this book, 69 to 70. Here we go. There is so here is two things, because there is a slight difference. There is escape behavior and there is avoidance behavior. So escape behavior is the occurrence of the behavior results in the termination of an adverse stimuli that was already present when the behavior occurred. That is, the person escapes from the aversive stimulus by engaging in a particular behavior, and that behavior is strengthened. Now, what? Oh yeah, no problem. But it's not escape behavior, because escape behavior, well, it can be escape behavior in some circumstances. If it were escape behavior, according to the definition of escape behavior, you would have to be talking with a person, and your solution would be running away so you don't have to talk to that person. That would be an escape behavior. But the reason how come I say hikikomori is specifically avoidance behavior is because in avoidance behavior, the occurrence of the behavior prevents an aversive stimulus from occurring. They are preventing themselves from having to be around other people. That's literally part of what it is. That's also why they feel more comfortable at night. There is less people around. The less people there are, the more comfortable they are outside. They're not really avoiding the outside because it is often compared to agoraphobia. But the thing about agoraphobia is people who... My cat, that's one of my other cat's names. She's giving me the look like, what do you want? Because her name is agoraphobia. But one of the things about that makes it different from agoraphobia, like it is often compared to, because it has the not wanting to go outside. The reason how come it doesn't fit under agoraphobia is because, yes, I keep saying your name, chill out, is that at nighttime they can go out. They feel more comfortable at night. There's a larger number of them that feel more comfortable at night. So that is, the person avoids the aversive stimulus, the stimulus being people. And now let's talk about the learned helplessness. That's why I said it's not as prevalent, but, which is funny because learned helplessness is often a follow-up behavior to avoidance behavior. Well, it's failed avoidance behavior. But we'll get into more detail as soon as I go to the page that is specifically, let's go back to the index, that is specifically, let's see here. Where is learned helplessness at? Okay, well, I can't find... I know that it's in here, but I can't remember what page it's on, and it seems to be under a different subject. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. 1 second. Well, there you go. That's learned avoidance right there. Let me grab my drink. Oh. What was I saying? Thank you for the hydrate. So, anyways, learned helplessness is when they feel like there's no solution. So it often is like a depression kind of thing. It appears as depression. So learned helplessness is when they think there's no other solution, so they do nothing. So we're going to talk about a really disgusting experiment they did in psychology before ethics was a thing. Yes, we had to add ethics later. So yes, it is true that this was before they included ethics into psychology. There was this really messed up experiment involving dogs. I can't remember who made it, but I'm sure if you look up the electrocuting dog experiment, you'll find it. Basically, what happened is they wanted to, nope, this is not Pavlov. This is actually a follow-up, but I believe Pavlov did inspire this experiment. It wasn't Pavlov, though. Because Pavlov wasn't even a psychologist, a little tidbit. Pavlov was a physiologist. He wasn't testing to see if he could teach the dogs to salivate. What happened is he was doing an experiment to measure the salivation of dogs when exposed to food. The light was not to tell the dogs when they were being fed. It was telling the researchers when to feed the dogs. I know, right? So, what they started noticing was that the dog started salivating before being presented with the food. After repeatedly doing this so many times, they're like, hey, wait a minute, it's supposed to be impossible for these dogs to salivate, but because they have to have food in front of them, but they're already salivating, and all we did was flash this light. Well, he didn't accidentally make a psychology experiment on accident. He accidentally made a psychology discovery on accident, but yeah, you get the gist. So yes, the physiologist who was studying dog salivation accidentally discovered classical conditioning. It was a complete accident. Pretty crazy, right? And then, so point being is this was kind of someone, I can't remember who it was two people. They looked at his data and they said, well, let's play around with that idea. And so then they came up with this shocking dog experiment. So they had a little fence wall thing in the middle of a room. But it was short enough that you can jump over the wall. And they wanted to prove that you could teach the dog to jump over a wall by flashing a light at it. Or maybe they used sound, I can't remember. But basically, what happened is how they did it was that they basically made the floor have some electricalness beneath it, not enough to actually kill the dog, but enough to make it have pain. And so what they did was they actually shocked the dog, they'd flash the light or the sound, whichever it was, and then they'd immediately shock the dog. And then the dog would instinctively jump over the fence. And then what they found was that after not shocking the floor, just flashing the light could get the dog to jump over the fence. And that is how we discovered avoidance behavior. That was our first scientific discovery of learned avoidance behavior. Now, here's where things get really messed up. Because those scientists, because ethics did not exist, those psychologists, behaviorists, whichever you want to call them, decided to take the experiment further. And they said, what happens if we shock both floors? The dog, after it repeatedly happens, the dog literally lays down and cries. That's it. Learned helplessness. It knows it can't get away from the pain, so it just lays down and takes it. Now, who does that sound like? I believe it sounds like a certain percentage of Hikikomori who decided that getting out of bed and going to the bathroom was too much of a problem. The conclusion, the scientist is a... Yeah, no, that's literally... Yeah. It was literally a what would happen experiment. So, yes, that scientist is pretty messed up. Behaviorists have done some pretty messed up things. But, yeah. Yeah, that scientist was not a very nice guy. Or woman. Or whatever. Neither was their partner, because it was two people, not just one. But basically, that's proof that it exists. Now, what I think this is a severe case of learned avoidance on top of, and the people who are going to the bathroom on themselves, a case of learned helplessness. And it has to do with the fact that it's part of it is the culture. They have, remember earlier when I said that when it's most prevalent in 3 countries, and that I said that's a red flag? Well, if leaving the country also reduces the symptoms, that's also a red flag. That is a huge indicator that this is something culturally related. Sorry, I thought the cat was doing something. So, I believe it has to do with the fact that, well, one, a lot of those kids, when they said they didn't want to go to school, and including in some of the case studies in the book Shutting Out the Sun, if anyone wants to read it, a lot of those case studies, kids said, I don't want to go to school. Guess what happened? Kid didn't go to school. Now, the reason how come it's learned avoidance is because the aversive stimuli, being people being at school, they then reinforced behavior. Technically, they punished the behavior of going to school. Never mind. We're not going to get into the technicalities of what's punishment and reinforcement because it gets really sticky really quick. For the sake of explaining the video, basically, we allowed people to go home, and we didn't put them in a position where they had to learn to cope with their issues. We allowed them to continue to, we basically reinforced behavior by taking away the aversive stimuli, with the aversive stimuli being school. Make sense? But that would explain also the high comorbidity rate. Because it's not just that. That's the first step. The next part is the fact that I'd like to look at the comorbidity rate, because I said that that's also an important factor. Why is it 95%? That is seriously unheard of. That is because it is also a byproduct. Exactly, you understand. It's a byproduct of the culture and how they treat people with disabilities. So it's not actually a disability itself. It is people who have a disability in most circumstances. In a 95% circumstance, it is people who have a disability who have been reinforced and trained to react a certain way to the point that it gets out of control and they can't unlearn it. Like they talked about, the older they get, what's on their mind? Survival. It kept them going this long. Why would they stop doing what they're doing? It is literally learned behavior. Under every circumstance, it is learned behavior. And the thing is that why it's so prevalent in people with disabilities, it's because, one, of how they treat people with disabilities there. And it also has to do with the fact that people who are disabled, but let me word this correctly, they are more susceptible to this specific behavior. I think that is the best way to word it. People who have anxiety are more likely to avoid people. People who have social anxiety. People who feel outcasted from society are more likely to avoid people. Why would I want to be a part of a society that doesn't accept me? And keep in mind, I would like to point out that it is not scientifically accepted what the answer is for what hikikomori is. This is my proposal using my evidence, and if anyone steals it, I can't really do anything about it. Does autism males? Yes. Yes, it is a developmental disability, and it did fall under that spectrum of people who are likely to be affected by it. Now, like I said, and the aversion is interestingly specifically, it specifically seems to associate with people in the community. And the reason how come I say that is because we have quite a few case studies where people left Japan and felt better. Being around being in an individualistic society, like, say, America, they felt more comfortable. Okay, if this was a normal disability, you wouldn't be able to just change countries and feel better. One of the criteria is, even though it is affected culturally, and we take culture into consideration, simply moving away shouldn't take the issue away, if that makes sense. Because the thing is, it's not like they fly under the radar here. Like we talked about how a lot of hikikomori fly under the radar, which is why they think the numbers are in the 10 millions rather than in the single millions. When they come to these other places, they actually come out of their homes. They become less afraid to interact with other people. So there's a big distinctive difference between, between it being a cultural thing and being they actually feel better thing. Like when they are saying, oh, I am willing to go out of the house. That is like the criterion literally disappear. Exactly. They're not going to, if someone is ill, they're not going to be cured from just moving away. And they're not flying under the radar because it's not like the culture doesn't recognize shut-ins. It's a matter of they feel more comfortable leaving their home. The symptoms literally disappear. So that is another piece of evidence. And trust me, I got more. We are not done here. Okay, I am just laying out all of the details. It already lines up specifically with learned behavior. We are proving that they are in an environment that would in fact, well, I say could, in fact, not would, could, in fact, stimulate this type of behavior to an extreme degree. Now, what really doesn't help is a lot of the social programs in Japan. I know they're trying to help out, but it doesn't help as much as they might think it is. So I mentioned, so one of the things is that they can order their food, and not just fast food. They can order like groceries to their homes in some locations. That's less time you have to spend interacting with people. Order your groceries, have them delivered. Boom. You don't have to leave your home. And if you're receiving government funding for disability, then, well, you can just keep ordering food. That's one reason you don't have to leave. That's another reason you don't have to leave your home. And remember, the less we interact with people, the harder it's going to get to interact with people. So it just kind of adds fuel to the fire a bit. And then we make it even easier. And that's why I said that one girl, I get it. I get her ideas, but that's why I said it's kind of a problem to make it easier to stay home. Because if I am right, and we make it, and it makes it easier for them to stay home even further, not only will it make the people who are already classified as hikikomori having more profound cases, but it'll also increase the amount of lighter cases. The easier it is to be hikikomori, the more likely it is for them to be that, if it is a learned behavior. Am I blowing everyone's mind right now? Because we're still not done. All right. For clarification, though, it is often compared to specific disabilities. Is schizophrenic learned? Yes and no. Some people are born with it, some people do learn it, and some people can actually develop it from substance use. You can also have schizoaffective disorder, which is very similar. So the need to work over there is not as necessary. Yes. But at the same time, for clarification though, there are disabilities where you need the funding and you can't work, and I'm not suggesting stripping all the funding away. That's not the solution. All we're doing is addressing the problem. Okay, just stripping away for clarification though, just stripping away government funding that covers housing does not fix the problem. I just wanted to clarify that. And it's not just from a migraine. Good, good, good. Okay, so we went over the criterion for a developmental disability, which is often one of the disabilities. That's actually technically one of the categories of disabilities. There is a bunch of intellectual and developmental disabilities. That is one of them. Another one. Let me see here. Let's go to the next one. People under the schizophrenia spectrum disorder are at higher risk. That's one of the things we talked about. And so it's kind of convenient that you mentioned schizophrenia. Okay, so schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorders. Okay, that's a whole nother category that it fits into. People with these disabilities are more likely to develop hikikomori if I'm right. But if I'm wrong, and hikikomori is a disability all on its own, and I'm completely wrong and don't know what I'm talking about, which is not very likely given all the evidence, I don't know why this hasn't been thought of yet. I think because, in my research a lot, I've noticed a lot of research involving hikikomori. They keep bringing up psychoanalysts. Why? I don't know what Japan's obsession is with psychoanalysts. But, they just... No, I knew you wouldn't. I knew you wouldn't suggest taking the funding away. I just wanted to make sure that no one accused me of saying we should take the funding away. I didn't think you were suggesting that. You're just doing the same thing I did. I wanted to clarify that it was just adding to the problem, but that doesn't mean taking it away is the solution. No, we're on the same page, Ivy. I was not going to accuse you of that. But once this goes on YouTube, I don't want people to pull that card on me, which is why I said it. Because I know some people are going to strawman my argument and conflate my points. I just know it. I already know what the arguments are going to be. Oh, they're not hurting anything. They're hurting themselves. So for the sake of the YouTube video, because I know that I'm going to post this to YouTube later, yeah, they're hurting themselves. And if you don't see that as a problem, that's your problem, not mine. Okay, so they also have symptoms of, so yes. So, I mean, we're just going through this, like, I'm going through the big categories instead of the small categories. So like I said, the first big category, neurodevelopmental disorders, most of these fall under the spectrum of who is likely to be affected, who is likely to be classified as hikikomori, including autism, ADHD, specific learning. Then we go to the category called schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorders, which is a classification, not a disability itself. We got schizotypal, which can be classified schizophrenia, schizoaffective. And then we got bipolar related disorders. Yeah, no. See, this is why I said, and the more I go through this list, that's why when we look at hikikomori as actually being a disability rather than just being a behavior, it really shows, when we look at it as being a disability, that's why the comorbidity is 95%. I cannot stress this enough. A 95% comorbidity rate is not normal. That's why I said it was a red flag earlier. The reason how come it looks like a red flag is because this is a list of disabilities that aren't being treated, and that the becoming hikikomori is the fastest solution for them. Now, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying that hikikomori, it's a national cry for help. It really is. It really is. You're absolutely right, Swag. Let's look at this. Bipolar and related disorder. We went over it. People with bipolar disorder likely to be classified as hikikomori, or likely to get a hikikomori thing. Depressive disorders. Depressive disorders increase the likelihood of being hikikomori. Anxiety disorders. Like, you're starting to see why we can't put it under one disability. I mean, and why it has such a high comorbidity. Anxiety disorder. I think the only reason it's 95% and not 100 is because it is possible to not have a disability and still become hikikomori. I am pretty sure that that is the, I mean, I guess in the most literal sense that is why, but that is what, because these people also have the disability on top of it, they are more likely to develop these. Well, things like HSP. What is HSP? For clarification. Excuse me, I don't know why I have indigestion tonight. We're specifically talking about mental disorders, if that's what you're asking about. Let's see here. All right, so there's some obsessive compulsive and related. That does not fall under the category of people who are considered likely to be hikikomori. Trauma and stressor related disorders are. Dissociative disorders. We've seen a few dissociative disorders, but I'm not seeing a lot of them. But at the same time, dissociative disorders are not very common, so we're just going to skip over that one. We're going to put that in a not enough evidence to say yay or nay. A highly sensitive person. It does fall under mental. Okay. A highly sensitive person, that is going to be an adjustment disorder. Don't worry, it's on the list. We're getting to it. Somatic symptom, we can skip over that one. Not feeding and eating. Elimination disorders. That's not under the list. Not sleep-wake disorders. Breathing-related sleep. Nope. It's, we saw a little bit under... Nope, no, we didn't. Let me keep going. We're doing good. We're just... Yeah, no problem. Please ask questions. If there is anything I can do to make what I'm saying more clear, it's just, you're just adding to my ammo here. By all means, ask your questions. I'm going to... Okay, these disabilities are not associated with it. We've already covered a lot of groups. It's important to note out that we weren't listing specific disabilities as much as we were listing classifications of disabilities associated with hikikomori. Okay, so we're not even listing the number of disabilities associated with it. We're listing the number of classifications of disabilities associated with it. Let me see here. I'm going to keep going. Personality disorders, oftentimes associated with it. You think the military or government is involved? Well, if by involved you mean they are throwing funding to anyone who thinks they can solve the problem, yes, they have been doing that. Do I think they caused it? No. I don't think this is intentional. They are literally trying to get rid of it. Or not get rid of it like it can't exist, but like help people who have it. Other conditions. Okay, I think I actually passed over. It. Let me go to, because I kept talking about it earlier, adjustment disorders. Let's go to that real quick. Adjustment disorders fall actually under the trauma and stressor related disorders, which do fall under which do fall under people who are high risk for becoming hikikomori. So let's specifically go to page 286 of the DSM-5 if anyone wants to follow along, which is the page where adjustment disorders start. And so we'll start with general adjustment disorder. Yes, that's agoraphobia, by the way. She's meowing. Yes, hello, agoraphobia. Quit hissing at the other cat. Quit hissing at Daphne. Oh, I literally have it bookmarked, and the bookmark didn't fall out. I'm just dumb. Okay, so adjustment disorder. The diagnostic criteria for adjustment disorders. The development of emotional or behavioral symptoms in response to an identifiable stressor occurring within 3 months of an onset of the stressor. Now, if any disability was similar enough to hikikomori, it would specifically be this classification of disability. It comes the closest. But there are some reasons it is not this one that are very important to go over. These symptoms or behaviors are clinically significant as evidenced by one or both of the following. Marked distress that is out of proportion to the severity or intensity of the stressor, taking into account the external context and the cultural factors that might influence symptom severity and presentation. With B2 being significant impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. Wow, okay, I get it. This is going to sound just like adjustment disorders, so I'm glad you brought them up, Ivy. Because right now, look, we're two for two. But hikikomori display both of those, right? So now we move on to C. Now, I really thought it was these at first, but we're gonna get into why it's not. Because even in the book that the book I had mentioned, Shutting Out the Sun. You think autism makes it hard to work? I think a lot of things make it hard to work. You're going to have to be a little more specific about that in order for me to answer that question. Hard in what way? The problem with autism, as far as explaining if it makes it hard to work, which is why I needed you to be more specific for clarification, is the fact that it is classified as a developmental disability, and regardless if you have autism or not, everyone develops differently. So the problem with answering that question is, can it? Technically, yes. Can it? Does it? It can. But it also might not. So that's why it's very specific to focus on what you meant by that question, because it is classified as developmental disability. It is a developmental disability that is marked by its lack of mirror neurons in the frontal lobe. Do you think there are some mental illnesses that are a hoax? Do I think that there's any that are a hoax? No. Do I think that there might be some that need a little bit of change in the DSM-5? Yes. But anyways, so diagnostic criteria C for adjustment disorders. The stress-related disturbance does not meet the criteria for another mental disorder and is not merely an exacerbation of pre-existing mental disorders. Now, this one is a little unique in the criteria. It's something that we have to be mindful of. Basically, what that one's saying isn't that you can't have any other disorder. You have to make sure that the symptoms are not the cause of another disorder before assuming, the example they talk about would be like major depressive disorder. Okay, so they can't have a confirmed trigger for their major depressive disorder and then say, oh, it's not really major depressive, it's that they can't adjust to the change. You have to rule out that it's not another disability first, and that's going to be one of the really big points. Because what that implies is that it should not have that high of a comorbidity rate. at least in the diagnostic process, we do not recognize it as having a high comorbidity. Like, I guess, yes, technically it does, but it also technically doesn't. This is where it gets really complicated. Let me just keep moving on because I'm sure I've either screwed up explaining that part or I'm going to. So we're going to keep moving on because there's other parts to get to. The symptoms do not represent normal bereavement, meaning it can't be a normal reaction. For it to be an adjustment disorder, it has to be an exaggerated behavior, an exaggerated response, an exaggerated emotion. One of the stressors or its consequences have terminated. The symptoms do not persist for more than an additional 6 months. That's the biggest red flag. That one right there. Once the stressor or its consequences have terminated, the symptoms do not persist for more than an additional 6 months. Does 6 months sound familiar? That means that once they've been hikikomori, to be hikikomori, you have to be shut in for 6 months to be diagnosed as hikikomori. Meaning, if the symptoms persist longer than 6 months, and this is something that the woman with the PhD who I went to talk at my workplace, who has been working in mental health for longer than for almost as long as I've been alive, she's been working in mental health, has explained to me the reason how come it can't be, because I was just spitting out some facts, because I was like, okay, well, these people are like staying in home for like years upon years. And she was like, it can't be adjustment disorder because adjustment disorder cannot persist that long. And it has to be it has to be very more specific stressors. And it can't be associated with other disabilities. So, like, yes, you can have a disability and develop an adjustment disorder. Adjustment disorders are supposed to be temporary. They are not made to be a permanent diagnosis. So that is why that final criteria is why it can't. So it was so close. It was very, very, very similar. Like, until I read the final criterion, Diagnostic Criteria E, which can be found on page 287, second line from the top. That is the feature that makes hikikomori unable to be an adjustment disorder. And that is why we literally just explained all the disabilities that are associated with it. We've explained the one that came closest and why it can't be that. That is why I say, let me put it to you this way, with all this evidence in place, let's just say hypothetically I am wrong. We need to look at the implications. If hypothetically I were wrong, and it really is a disability and it doesn't fit all of those different categories, we'd be looking at a completely new category of disability. That is what that would imply. Which is part of why they've been trying to get it added to the DSM for years, but never could. Because they don't know where it belongs. And I don't think it belongs in it. What my thing suggests with it being learned is that it actually doesn't belong in the DSM as a disability. If it is put in the DSM, it is a potential symptom. Hikikomori is a learned symptom. Boom. We have now looked at the evidence. Thoughts, opinions, anyone disagree with me? anyone's brains hurt. I think I made some pretty good points. Any other hypotheses that we could look at? Ugh. I can't believe it's been almost 4 hours. It took 4 hours to... You know, these videos combined barely took up an hour. That means I literally spent 3 hours going more in depth into each one of these videos and explaining some of these things. And then I spent a good 45 minutes ranting. It cannot be adjustment. Well, it can be an adjustment. It cannot be an adjustment issue because it persists longer than 6 months. That is correct. According to the DSM, it's because it persists longer than 6 months, it cannot be an adjustment disorder. Because according to this, once the aversive stimuli has been terminated for more than 6 months, not meaning like, oh, all of a sudden the people are all gone, but rather they have been away from the aversive stimulus for a certain amount of time, that they can adjust back to it. So yeah, nope, I think that pretty much covers it. What do you think, guys? You think I'm right? Do you think I discovered it? I mean, by all means, you don't have to justify why you asked. Ask away. I think I did a fairly decent job explaining it. Maybe if you're gonna drop a maybe, I want to hear an alternative idea. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear an alternative idea. If I'm right, I may have discovered it. And if I did, this is actually a really big deal, but I don't think anyone's going to take me seriously. I would like to point out that I am just at a bachelor's level. Although the person with a PhD did agree with me. Personally, appreciate that hydrate, Ivy. I don't even know what I would do if I was right. Like, who do I tell this to? I have no idea. I work for an I work for a hospital. I don't work for a research facility. Thank you for that hydrate. I don't know. I mean, I have sources. I'm reading the DSM-5 verbatim. That's probably why in a lot of research articles... All right, have a good night, Pandraco. That's probably why in a lot of research articles, it's not really compared to a adjustment disorder anymore. The book, I can't remember when it came out, but it did come out a while ago. I think 2014. So, like, you know, when they compared it to an adjustment disorder, you know, on the book, though, I keep, like I said, in that book and in the research articles, they keep bringing up psychoanalysts. I get it. Psychoanalysts are going to fight me tooth and nail for why they're right. But my gosh, psychoanalysts are just some of the nuttiest people in the psychology world. I'm telling you. They are nutty. Now, they're not wrong on a lot of stuff. Well, when I say a lot, I mean how many times they're right to how many times they're wrong. No, I mean they're right more times than they're wrong, but when they're wrong, they are so badly wrong. Like, it is jokingly bad how wrong they can be sometimes. Oh, don't even get me started on it. Oof. I also noticed a lack of behaviors when researching Hikikomori in Japan. Where are the behavior analysts at? Why is there no behavior analysts studying Hikikomori? Now, I also don't get along with behavior analysts. You know, the psychoanalysts are a little nutty. Behavior analysts are a bit douchey. Jokingly bad. I've piqued your curiosity. You want to hear an example? Actually, I might have told you this once before. Jokingly bad. Okay, well, here's a famous one. Made by famous psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud, who says that every man wants to have sex with his mother, and every woman wishes they had a penis. All of them. All men. All women. So that's the biggest example. I know there's more. That those are the first two that always come to mind. Because how on earth do you come to that conclusion? That's why I said jokingly bad. Like, how do you come to the conclusion that every woman wants to have a penis? And what has to be running through his mind to think every man wants to have sex with their mother? That is weird. And think about it. If he believes every man wants to have sex with their mother, then that means, since he's a man, he wanted to have sex with his mother. You can't come to the conclusion that all men want to have sex with their mother without wanting to have sex with your mother. Like, I'm just saying, like, that doesn't make, like, that's, like I said, it's nutty. It's pretty weird. I'm just saying, just pointing stuff out. How could he have possibly come to that conclusion without wanting to have sex with his mother? Just saying. I think maybe he came up with that idea because he wanted to make himself feel normal. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I don't remember him ever talking about wanting to have sex with his own mother, but I mean, one of the things I talked about earlier that people who work in psychology have to do, they have to infer. So if I had to infer from his conclusion what that would entail, if he were hypothetically right, if he were, that would mean he wants to have sex with his mother, and if he's wrong, the only way he could have come to that conclusion is if he still wanted to have sex with his mother. Okay, I think we've pretty much logically confirmed it. Sigmund Freud wanted to have sex with his mother. He never talked about it, but I think we can infer from his own theories that he wanted to. That is indeed jokingly bad. I don't know. I'm not a woman, so I don't know if they all want to have penises. I can't speak for them. I don't know. So I'm not even going to speak on that one. But that is another thing that he said. How he came to that conclusion, I don't know. Matter of fact, there was a term for it. It was called penis envy. Because women not only wanted penises, to have penises, they were jealous of men for having penis because men had penises. Do not, so I can say it's false. See? There we go. We confirmed it. Sigmund Freud was just a nut job. A lot of psychoanalysts just are. Like, they'll say a lot of very insightful and useful things, and they will then occasionally say something that is so wrong, so offhandedly, it's kind of funny at times. But at the same time, it's like, come on. But yeah, no, that's the conclusion. That's it. It's not a disability. They just learned a behavior so bad that it became debilitating. I just think that the reason how come probably a lot of people didn't come to this conclusion faster is, one, like I said, the lack of behavior analysts I'm seeing doing research on this subject in Japan. Like, I haven't read every research article, but most articles that I've read, most scientific scholarly articles, have involved psychoanalysts, psychiatrists, and general psychologists. Where are the behaviorists at? Do they practice behaviorism in Japan? I don't know. I don't know everything. But I do know there's probably a lack of it if they can't see how kind of obvious this seems. Well, see, yeah, you're confused on why it was considered a disability because I just explained why it's not a disability. It was considered a disability because it is still debilitating. So, just because something's debilitating doesn't make it necessarily a disability. It is a debilitating learned behavior, but not a disability. Which sounds kind of weird for someone who might not work in mental health, but I promise that makes sense. So that pretty much ends it. We solved. I guess the next step would be figuring out, because I'm sure someone in the comment section is going to say, "Well, what is your solution then?" I'm going to be honest. I don't have one. Okay, I spent, like, yes, I had some experience studying. Like, I studied this for a bit when working on moving to Japan when I was actually in college. But, like, as far as, like, using the DSM goes and collecting all of this, I mean, I don't know. This did feel like kind of common sense to me. Maybe I'm underthinking it. Oh, honestly, I enjoyed this. I know a lot of people... I genuinely enjoyed this, just going through this. Like, this was genuinely fun to me. I had so much fun. Who knows? Maybe I'm right. Maybe I should look into talking to someone about presenting my hypothesis and then looking into seeing how to prove it. Technically, I just presented my evidence, so it's technically only a theory because I have evidence supporting it. So I guess it's not even a hypothesis at this point. It is a theory. It's not a recognized theory, but I guess it is by definition a theory at this point. We've just got to test it, see if it's right or wrong. Because we have evidence, just got to take it a step further. But like I said, I don't even know how to take it a step further. Because I don't work for a research facility. I guess in my free time, I look into doing research. I don't know. There's a college not too far from here. Call the psychology department. Maybe they'll tell me what to do. Okay, well, let's just call it for tonight. Like I said, you know, there's probably more evidence if I had given myself more time. I only gave myself 2 weeks. And because this is such a unique case where they didn't actually know the solution to what it was, maybe it will. Maybe it will. Because as of right now, it is not recognized. And not just like they haven't recognized me coming up with it. I mean, I'm not even really hearing this talked about. Like, this is not... Like, I haven't read every research article, obviously. But I've read quite a few now, and I've read even books on top of it that do deep investigations into certain case studies, and this is not something I've heard tossed around. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Maybe someone will see this YouTube video and steal my idea. I mean, heck, if they use it to help people, I don't really care. Okay, I care a little bit, but not too bad. But as for now, it is time for me to go to bed. So everyone, have a good night.